Welcome to Fox Football Friday. We're here at Veterans Memorial Stadium in McAllen, where McAllen High is taking on the Nicky Rowe Warriors. The Warriors coming into this game 1-1 in the green and gold, and McAllen there in the purple and gold. 2-0 on the young season. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart on the desk here with you, and down on the sidelines is Angela Heyman, and we are in the Valley, folks, ready for some high school football.
Finally, it's about time we got back down here. After 2 years ago, we made our debut down in the Valley, and this game between these two McAllen schools realistically has a chance to maybe one of the two the best in the city. Angela will talk a little bit about that more tonight.
It's the district opener for these two teams, 31-5A. The coaches are really excited about it. You know, we want you to get involved out there. We want you to join us on Twitter, Facebook. Get us some scores, get us some highlights, show us some pictures, have some fun.
We want this show to be interactive, so make sure you tweet your scores and updates, reports, whatever you got, to @DCTF and use the hashtag Football Friday. Everything you send us, it's going to get rerouted right back to the TV. It's a chance to be on TV by proxy. Take advantage of it. Really.
Hey, a chance to be on television, and of course we're down here in the Valley. Let's go ahead and set up the matchup here between Rowe and McAllen High, as they're known. They're called McHigh, as we have now found out.
And the Nicky Rowe Warriors, head coach Tony Harris from McAllen, Paul Reyes from McAllen Rowe, a former protege of Tony Harris. McAllen right now 2-0 on the season, but last year a playoff team. McAllen Rowe came up about a game short, but they both returned at least double-digit starters. It's a lot of promise, Jeff, for this year.
Yeah, nothing but great coaching staffs here. Of course, Tony Harris, a legend in these parts, 17 years, and Paul Reyes actually coached with them. So some good stuff right there, but Reyes has won the last 2 games. Let's take a look at some highlights of these two teams. Both of them very impressive here in the early going of the season. As you see here, that is Rowe. They love to throw the ball around. Yes, you can see this tonight. It might be a long game. Both teams like to spread it around. Good spread offense football.
Well, I talked to McAllen coach Tony Harris before the game, and I said, hey, coach, y'all both going to throw it a lot tonight, right? He goes, yeah, probably. We all started laughing. The McAllen line is very big. The thing you got to like about Rowe is right now they're pretty balanced. Their offense is very good, but their defense pitched a shutout against Brownsville Pace last week. No matter which side of the ball you play on, a lot of big, tall, athletic, speedy kids out here. It's a good team, Jeff.
Now, McAllen's trying to snap a 3-game losing streak to Rowe. Of course, McAllen coming in this purple and gold outfield. They also like to throw it, but they're going to mix the run in maybe a little bit more.
Well, I mean, you can see the offensive line there. It's a lot of big uglies in there, to use the old football term. Big boys, Jeff. I think you have the numbers, right?
Yeah, they average 282 pounds on that starting offensive line, the front 5. That is a good-looking lineup there. Now, Rowe leads this overall series 12-8. But we think this is going to be a great matchup, and that's why we're down here in the Valley.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the Wendy's keys to the game, Jeff. Some big elements that we might see in play tonight. Who starts off fast? Both of these teams have been lightning quick starters over the past couple games. Whoever gets off to a quick start tonight's got a good advantage. I think defensive backs are going to be in high demand. As we said, both these teams are going to throw the football quite a bit. So if you can get out there and slow down a receiver, pick off a pass, woo, you're going to earn your keep tonight. Pressure on the quarterback's going to be huge. Both of these kids chucking the ball around tonight are talented, accurate, smart with the football. So if you can make those kids make bad decisions, you give your defense a much better chance. And then lastly, overall conditioning. It's not that hot today, Jeff. The rain came in a little bit earlier, cooled things off. But like you said, it's going to be a track meet. So everyone's going to be running 4-5 wide. Everyone's going to be exhausted by the end of the night, including you and I probably.
Hey, you know, district play opening up not just right here, but all across the Valley. There's some huge districts down here, so you've got to get district play started right away.
You said it. I mean, if you're in a 9 or 10 team district, then you're starting district play this week, and the Valley's at the forefront of that. They've got 3 of those districts starting district play tonight. 35A is the first of them. 2 games last night. Donna beat Edinburgh, and then La Jolla beat Edinburgh-Vela, which is a new school. But North and Economides play tonight in a huge matchup of 2-0 teams that no one expected. Palmview also has Juarez-Lincoln. Here's some footage of Donna there in the red and gold. And Jeff, this team is a ground pounder. They run hard. They beat rival Weslaco last week. They may very well be the best team in the Valley right now.
Yeah, of course, they won the state championship back in 1961.
That's right.
Only team from the Valley to ever do that.
Sharyland plays Laredo Alexander tonight in a Lawn District matchup, but that's still key, Jeff, because they've only played 1 game so far. This is Sharyland here in the white and red. They've only played 1 game. They had a bye. So now all of a sudden, they're somewhat of an unknown commodity because they changed head coaches. We're going to learn a lot about them tonight.
Yeah, and Sharyland used to be in a district with McAllen. Tony Harris says he misses them.
I doubt it. McAllen Memorial beat San Benito last night in 31-5A. Maybe a bit of an upset since San Benito was looking like one of the best teams in the Valley. PSJA North beat Weslaco East in overtime, 35-28 in a thriller. Now, we obviously have McAllen Rowe, the game we'll be seeing behind us tonight. We also got PSJA and PSJA Memorial, and then Weslaco was on a bye this week.
So some good stuff right there. And District 32 5A, also interesting. It's the eastern portion of the Rio Grande Valley.
That's right. Harlingen South beat Brownsville Pace last night pretty badly, but Hannah takes on Los Fresnos. Los Fresnos probably your favorite. Porter's got Brownsville Veterans Memorial and New School in Brownsville. Rivera's got Harlingen, and Lopez is off this week.
Alrighty, well, why don't we introduce you now to the third person of our crew tonight. Angela Heyman is down on the sidelines, and she's with a coach. Let's find out more.
Thanks, Jeff. Well, actually, I got to speak to McAllen Rowe head coach Paul Reyes earlier today. I asked him about district play. This is what he said.
Well, you know, we always want to get started with a win in district play, and you know, that's one of our goals. And we're talking to our guys all week long about we can achieve two of our goals here. We always say win the first district game and be city champs, and this is one step to being city champs.
And guys, Coach Reyes actually was an assistant for Coach Tony Harris, the head coach at Mac High. They both have immense respect for each other, and they both think tonight's going to be a great matchup. Remember, you can get more information about tonight's game, and you can tweet scores to me to at SportsAngela. Change that one, SportsAngela, # Football Friday. Coming up next, we're going to check out other key districts who have big district matchups, district openers tonight when Fox Football Friday returns from McAllen.
Live is presented by State Farm. Visit texas.statefarm.com to enter the Fan Up Truck Sweepstakes. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. By your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club in spicy, home style, or grill. Try one today.
Yeah, we'll rip through these full-page score graphics in a hurry. Just one thought now on each of them.
This may be done through cheers, display of colors, and headlines. Hey.
And welcome back to Fox Football Friday, the live portion. Veterans Memorial Stadium, built in 1976. Only one 5A district back then, and now they've got three. A lot of people moving to the Valley, no doubt about it. Well, hey, we've got some key district matchups for you here on Fox Football Friday. Jeff Power and Travis Stewart joining you. Angela Heyman will be with us in just a moment. Let's kind of break down some of these districts. Midland Lee at Abilene Cooper, big game in District 2 5A.
Exactly. Little Southwest Conference opening up tonight, and Cooper is going to be a heavy favorite with that quick strike offense there, as Midland Lee is going to have to play defense to keep in it.
District 13 5A, Spring at Spring Decaney. Good rivalry, of course, Decaney, the defending champs. District 27 5A, has San Antonio Clark and San Antonio O'Connor, a couple of big schools down there in that greater San Antonio area. And then, of course, moving further down District 2, 4A, El Paso del Valle and Clint Horizon, just some of the matchups we'll be watching out for across the state.
Now, this spring game here, obviously the heavyweights from Decaney, last year's champs. Clark and O'Connor, a lot to like here. O'Connor's actually 0-2, but good losses. We'll talk a little bit more about them later tonight.
And, of course, in District 18, 4A, Magnolia West and Brenham. We're going to get a chance to see Brenham later this year when they take on Montgomery on the road. Exactly.
Brenham would be traditionally a heavy favorite, but so far they've been a little rocky. So I think Magnolia West has a chance to make this a pretty good game.
So 17 5A, 6 4A, 19 4A, and 21 4A, all opening up district play this week. Those are all big districts. That's what they have in common.
Exactly. 9 or 10 teams, like we said. Now, everyone else is pretty much going to be starting district in the next 2 weeks or so. A lot of teams are on bye this week. So just this one particular week, these districts all have a chance to shine. Because, heck, they're only playing the games that count already.
They all matter.
Well, those especially more than the other ones.
These one especially, no doubt about it. All right, let's check in with Angela Heyman, who has more on the sidelines. Angela?
Thanks, Jeff. Well, I am here with a trio of State Farm agents. I'm with Bobby, Monica, and Christina. They're all here to tell us a little bit about why State Farm takes such a big involvement in high school athletics. I'm going to start with Bobby. Bobby, tell us, why does State Farm participate so much in high school athletics and activities?
Well, at State Farm, being a good neighbor is more than just a slogan or an advertisement. It's a company culture where every agent and every associate, it's our way of giving back to the community that gives back so much to us. It's our way of saying thank you.
Absolutely. Monica, what else is State Farm doing here in Texas?
Well, State Farm proudly supports the Scholar Awards program, and what we support is our students achieving success at both the academic and athletic level.
And Christina, obviously, price of gas, groceries, everything's pretty expensive right now. People are really looking for ways to save money. How can they save money with State Farm insurance?
Well, with State Farm, there are many discounts that individuals can apply for. We've got multi-car discount, multi-line discount, and for students especially, we've got the Steer Clear discount, which they can get up to 40% discounts.
Well, thank y'all so much for being with us tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Back to you, Jeff and Travis.
All right, Angela, good stuff right there. More on this rivalry between Nicky Rowe and McHigh in just a few moments. Why don't you say we take a Fox studio break and set back to the Academy Studios back up in Irving, guys?
Brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Thank you so much, Jeff. Gentlemen, appreciate that. This week's big game of the week is the battle of two unbeatens. Abilene Wiley, who's coming off his first shutout in 3 years, and Graham, who's coming off his first win against Brownwood in Brownwood since 1976. The Steers have beaten opponents by an average of 67 points a game. But for more on this preseason district favorites going at it, here's Neil Beasley. Thank you, Beezer. It'll be a fun night. There's rain all over the state. We'll see if that plays into this one in the big game of the week. Graham and Abilene Wiley. You can see the big game of the week on Scoreboard Live coming up at midnight. So join us on the Late Late Show. We will be there for all of your fun. And don't forget that Amy of the Fox Sports Southwest Girls, she will be in the studios with me all night long. So make sure you sign up at foxsportssouthwest.com so you can get your game day photos on TV. Let's take a break. Back out to the Valley. And McAllen Rowe and McAllen going at it. That battle and the first district game for both after this short time.
All right, thanks a lot, Rick. We do appreciate that. The Academy Sports Desk there, and rain all over the area. Not quite too much rain here. We'll get back to more of that in just a few minutes when we bring you back here to McAllen. Don't go anywhere, folks. Welcome back to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. We're here at Veterans Memorial Stadium in McAllen, where McHigh Bulldogs taking on the Nicky Rowe Warriors. Great shot right there. See McAllen about to come out onto the field here. Jeff Power and Travis Stewart joining it from here on the desk. We are literally right on the field. Angela Heyman will be with us in a moment. Let's kind of break this game down a little bit more.
Absolutely. Well, we promised we would. It's a good rivalry, Jeff. It really is between these two teams, and it's been a little bit lopsided as of late. We'll get to that in just a second, but you got to love what both of these teams bring to the field. It's a lot of offense, a lot of throwing the football. I mean, if you're a fan of high school football, if you like wide open offense, I mean, this is a great game for you. A lot of people overlook the Valley, but not anymore. This is a good game right now.
Yeah, Tony Harris, we caught up with him before the game. He's excited about that 2-0 start.
I think we're going in the right direction. You know, we started off, you know, we got 2 victories out of those first 2 non-district games, but you know, that's just what it is. And now tonight it starts, and I think we're going in the right direction, and we're pleased at where we're at this point.
All right, that's Tony Harris, the head coach of McAllen. Some good thoughts right there. I'm excited about, you know, getting things off to a good 2-0 start.
And very high on the list of game day attire, am I add? Yes. Yellow button-up and the silk purple tie with the McAllen logo. Let's also listen to Rowe coach Paul Reyes talking a little bit about this rivalry and what it means to both teams.
That's right.
Well, you know, when it's Mackay and Rowe, it's always a big rivalry. And there at Rowe, we know that sometimes, just like this game, nobody picked us to win. And so our kids take exception to that, and you know, they're ready to go, and it's a city rivalry, like I said, and with you guys here, it just adds to the atmosphere, and so it's a huge game for us.
All right, that's Coach Paul Reyes over at Rowe. Of course, he used to coach under Tony Harris. He's won the last 2 games. In fact, Rowe's won the last 3 overall. Of course, it's a 3-game winning streak.
And look at all the offensive numbers, 55, 35, 77, 49. Wow. Typically, these offenses really push the ball well, Jeff.
Hey, let's just take a quick look at the Valley as a whole.
Absolutely. I mean, we got a good package here from a Valley reporter who's going to talk a little bit about some of the top teams here and what these districts might shake out to be.
Here's Vince Erickson with more from KRGV.
To say it's been a topsy-turvy season so far here in the Rio Grande Valley in 2012 would be a gross understatement. Of the 48 varsity programs here in the Valley, about half of them are 1-1. You do have some surprises who are unbeaten, but an even bigger surprise is who's winless. And that beat the Harlingen Cardinals, winless after last week's 7-3 loss to San Benito. The Cardinals haven't scored a touchdown in 2 games. That looks to change, though, now that District 32 5A play kicks off. Despite the slow start in 2012, the Cardinals are my favorite to win this district. San Benito was unbeaten until last night when McAllen Memorial won a 13-12 thriller in their District 31 5A opener. Both look to be the strongest Valley candidates for a deep playoff run in 2012. One of the Valley dark horses, Sherryland, at 1-0 heading into tonight's Week 2 showdown at home against Laredo Alexander. The Rattlers under first-year head coach Ron Adame, who was offensive coordinator under longtime previous head coach Fred Sanchez, which means continuity for the program.
We're going to continue doing what we've been doing as far as all the little X's and O's and all the things that are needed to make us successful. I think the kids know the expectations. They set them high on themselves. Us as coaches, we set them high on ourselves as well. So the kids know what's at stake. We're in a new district, so we've got something to prove.
Go! A lot to be fired up about, even in a topsy-turvy season. In the Rio Grande Valley, I'm Vince Erickson reporting for Fox Football Friday.
Thanks a lot there, Vince. We do appreciate that over at KRGV. And what do you say we send it down real quick over to Angela Hammond, who has more with the superintendent over at McAllen High. Angela?
Thanks, Jeff. Well, I am with McAllen ISD Superintendent Dr. James Ponce. Dr. Ponce, tonight is a district opener. It's a big matchup. Are you excited about tonight's game?
Very excited. It's Friday night football in the Valley. You can't get any better than this.
You guys have been receiving statewide and national attention for a program that you have to hand out mobile learning devices to all 25,000 students in your district. We're talking about iPads, iPod Touches. Tell me about that.
Yeah, that's called our TLC Cubed. You know, the board took a bold step along with the community and staff to get ourselves into the 21st century. And that was a big part of it. Finding that device was going to make it pretty much throughout the district ways we can make sure that our students are ready for college or a career.
And you recently had a trip to the White House. Tell me about that as well.
Oh, that was exciting. That was part of the League of Innovative Schools. McAllen is part of that group of about 28 districts throughout the United States, and just for our efforts, and we're glad to be at the table contributing on what's going on and trying to be at the forefront, making sure that we're leading in that effort.
Well, Dr. Ponce, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun tonight. Should be a great game.
Thank you so much. We're looking forward to a great game also.
Back to you guys.
All right, Angela, thank you. And some good stuff right there. I tell you, modern technology, it's fantastic.
We need to get iPads and iPod touches on all the desks. We need to get hooked up with Dr. Ponce over here.
I tell you, my kids are much further along than I am in that area. Hey, when we return, we're going to pick a player of the night and get our closing thoughts on this game between Rowe and McAllen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Yes, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Be sure to join us each and every Saturday morning at 8:30 a.m. right here on Fox Sports Southwest as we highlight the Built Ford Tough Player of the Week winners. You can also watch our show online at playeroftheweek.com. Okay. Powered by your Texas Ford dealers.
Football Friday Live is presented by State Farm. Visit texas.statefarm.com to enter the Fan Up Truck Sweepstakes. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. By your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club and spicy home style or grill. Try one today.
Hey, it used to be the site of the Palm Bowl, the national title game for Division II back in the 80s. It's McAllen Veterans Memorial Stadium. We got a good one for you, Rowe and McAllen tonight. Hey, be sure to join us each and every Friday night and Saturday morning at 8:30 right here on Fox Sports Southwest as we highlight the Built Ford Tough Player of the Week winners. You can also watch our show online at playeroftheweek.com, powered by your Texas Ford dealers.
Now, if I was picking a guy for a pregame tonight, Jeff, I'd look at McAllen Rowe quarterback Javi Obregon, who's got a broken bone in his non-throwing arm, but hasn't slowed him down so far this year. He's been very prolific, 2,400 passing yards last year. He's not very big, but he sure can chuck it. Kid's got a lot of talent.
Well, at least the cast is green. Hey, let's take a look at Rowe's big-time showing a week ago. Very impressive, to say the least.
A little bit controversial. They won 85-0 over Brownsville Pace, but when you look at the numbers, I think they did all they could. They led 14-0 early, 49-0 at halftime, but Jeff, they only threw the ball twice in the second half, and they used every varsity player on the roster. What that is, it was just a good showing. Sometimes you just have a good night, and I think that's what Rowe did. A lot of talent, obviously a lot offensively.
Hey, and Rowe likes to pass the ball. They only threw it twice in the second half.
They were pulling it back.
I believe you.
Yep.
All right, let's check in again with Angela down on the sidelines for her final thoughts as we get you ready for the Blitz section coming up.
Well, thanks, guys. Both coaches tonight picked their teams to win district. McAllen Memorial is still rebuilding after graduation, so tonight's game could potentially crown the best team in McAllen, and it could be a preview of a great regional playoff matchup.
All right, Angela, good stuff right there. Hey, big night of coverage ahead for you. Of course, this is kind of the city rivalry. We talked about that down here in McAllen. And, throughout the night, check in with the Academy Sports Desk. We'll have highlights from all across the state of Texas. There is some rain throughout Texas, none so far right here. But, hey, we're going to have highlights for you nonetheless.
Well, you just jinxed us for the night. But you did read my mind, folks. It's going to be a unique week because of all the weather all the way across Texas. A lot of games delayed, few even canceled already. So like we said earlier, if you've got news or reports of a game that's delayed or canceled, tweet us at DCTF or hashtag Football Friday. We'll get that here on the desk. It's important. So that way we know. We can tell people, hey, that game ain't being played.
And I tell you what, we're not only just going to be sportscasters tonight, we're going to be weather forecasters, the whole 9 yards. We got you covered right
Those
here.
two groups are the least accurate groups in the world, as sportscasters and weathermen.
Hey,
we are in deep trouble right now.
Big games all over the state. We've got crews around the Houston area. The big game going on tonight with Galena Park North Shore. They've got themselves a big battle tonight.
And they're already up on a lead. We'll talk about them in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Sounds good. All right, the Blitz is coming up next. Fox Football Friday right here in McAllen. Take a look at this beautiful place. We've got ourselves a great game coming up. Don't forget, we can't show you live television of the game, but we can bring you the highlights right after they happen. It's a UIL rule, but we're going to do the best we can to get you these highlights all night long. Welcome to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. This is the Blitz. We're here in McAllen High School. McHigh taking on Nicky Rowe. The Warriors coming into the game 1-1. The Bulldogs 2-0. This is the District 31 5A opener. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart joining you. And we're down here on the sidelines. The players ran, as you can see, just right behind us here. And a great matchup here for you on Fox Football Friday. And let's talk a little bit about this before we take you out to the greater Houston area.
Yeah, remember, like we said earlier, we can't show you the game live because of poor UIL rules, but we'll bring the highlights as soon as they happen. And with two passing offenses like these, Jeff, the ball's going to be winging all over the place. I think there's going to be a lot of highlights to see.
That's right. Last week we had a game 49-42 with Temple beating Westlake. We showed a ton of highlights from that one. We plan to do the same tonight. You see Nicky Rowe coming onto the field. By the way, Rowe in the green and white with the gold trim. Some cool-looking helmets a la Florida State. And the Bulldogs of McAllen, of course, the purple and gold. They've even got a little bit of, what do you call that, like a little sprinkly gold in there?
I don't know. I'm not a fashion designer. It's flecked.
Angela knows.
It's flecked. We'll ask Sports Angela later on tonight.
All right. lot to get to tonight. Rain is a bit of a deal across the state, but let's take you out to the greater Houston area. They know a lot about rain down in the greater Houston area. Some interesting matchups tonight.
And a lot of really good teams, too. Katie's still at the top of things, 2-0 with that grinding ground game. Really good defense. Pearland comes in right behind them. They got a pretty good defense of their own, but they're locked up in a game 6-6 right now. A pretty good one. We'll talk about that later. North Shore clocks in at 2-0. They're also in action tonight, Jeff.
Yeah, North Shore taking on Cinco Ranch. More on that in a moment. That's over at GP ISD Stadium. Hey, the Woodlands taking on Katy. That game being played Saturday, as Travis mentioned. And then, of course, Spring Decaney, the number 5 team and the defending champions.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. They're 1-0, but they had a bye already. So now this is actually going to be their second game of the season, and they're taking on a pretty good Spring team, believe it or not. We'll take a look at that game in just a second as well.
Hey, speaking of 13-5A, you know that Houston area district's now underway, like the Spring, the Klein schools. They're getting district play started, as are many schools.
It's like we said in the live segment. If you're in a 9 or 10 team district, then you're already in district play. 13-5A Spring, Klein, a couple other Humble schools in there as well. They're all in district play. Cy-Fair ISD, 10 schools in Cy-Fair ISD. That takes up all of 17-5A. They open up things tonight. 18-4A, which is kind of a North Houston area with Brenham and Montgomery, some other schools. They kick off tonight. 19-4A is Humble, New Caney, Crosby, Dayton, a few others. They open things up. And 24A is Houston ISD. They are also kicking off tonight. A lot of district action for just the third week of the season.
Hey, Galena Park North Shore breaking into that top 10 in the AP, taking on Cinco Ranch tonight. That is a very key game. I like what Don Clayton's already done so far with Cinco Ranch. They've got a great football team.
Well, North Shore's got a pretty good one, too. Remember,
they're up.
North Shore romped Clear Springs in the first game. They're looking pretty good again. Let's check in with the radio right now and take a listen.
Michael Thompson with a 59-yard run. That made it 13-zip as they missed the extra point. Cinco came back with a 1-yard touchdown run by Denzel Bates, made it 13-7. And now another touchdown right here by North Shore, and the extra point is good. 11:54 to go here at Galena Park ISD. Mustangs on top, 20-7.
Go. A little bit of an update right there. I love that when that happens. So 20-7, we can update that more. But that game is actually in a rain delay. Special thanks to the Legacy Sports Network there. They always do a fine job for us. But the rain delay, you're gonna hear that throughout the night.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of them. I heard that Longview Marshall is now in a rain delay as well. We'll talk about that big rivalry game later on. Let's take a look at Rosenberg Terry and Friendswood Jeff. Two pretty good offenses, but actually a really good defense out at Rosenberg Terry. They got some college talent out there at Rosenberg this year.
Yeah, no question. How about that Aggie connection?
Well, we got Victor Davis, a defensive back. He had 7 picks last year. Woo. And then Derek Griffin, big old body, a wide receiver, could be a tight end. 13 touchdowns a year ago. Is already off to a strong start this year. Both of them, Dave Campbell's Texas football super teamers. You want to talk about two talented kids? Woo! Terry's got a double of them.
That's right. How about Houston Memorial and Pearland? This game being played at the Rig. Pearland, of course, a great football team.
And these two teams actually locked up at 6 now. I think we've had some messed up extra points so far, but you got to love what both Memorial and Pearland bring to the table. Two really good defenses out there, if not some offenses that are still trying to find their way. Again, that game just got a touchdown out of Pearland at 6-6, and really Pearland has to turn to running back Jacoby Butler. He's kind of got to be the big gun for them, and if he is, they should get a win tonight.
And Memorial, a big player in the Houston area the last few years in football. Spring at Spring Decaney, of course, the defending champs in Decaney, but Trey Williams isn't there anymore.
I was just about to ask you, what's the first name that you think of when I say Decaney? It's Trey Williams. Well, he's gone. He's wearing an Aggie uniform now, but they have another pretty good one named DeMarcus Felton, who's got a lot of talent. Started off the year very well. He could be the new star at Decaney. But tell you what, this Spring team is an upstart. It's been kind of a forgotten team in the district for a couple of years now, but they may have the talent to challenge Decaney tonight.
And, of course, Katy at the Woodlands. I'm going to get a chance to go down and check out that game. Coach Schmidt was telling me, hey, it's going to be packed. Get here early.
Well, who do you think is going to win? You're going out there. You got some skin in the game.
Well, I like what Katy's been able to do so far this season. They look very powerful, as usual. Of course, but they ran the regular season last year undefeated and lost in that first round. I know we kind of harp on it a lot. It's going to be a competitive game. I'm not going to pick one here, but the Woodlands, I tell you what, they look great the first two games, too.
They really have. Defense has been good on both of those teams. I like Katy, though. I'm not sure anyone in Houston can beat them right now.
I got you. No question about it. All right. We're going to take you down to the Permian Basin when Fox Football Friday continues. This game just underway here. We'll break down this and much more when Fox Football Friday, The Blitz, continues, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine.
Football Friday Blitz is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. Buy Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. Buy Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club. In spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today. And by FredLoya.com.
And welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. We're here at Memorial Stadium, Veterans Memorial Stadium. In fact, James Nicky Rowe High School is named after a McAllen native who became a Green Beret and served in Vietnam. He was a prisoner of war for 5 years before he escaped. The city held a parade in his honor in 1969. Hey, the author book, it's called 5 Years to Freedom. Of course, that's Nicky Rowe. So a good little story right there, kind of behind the scenes of what's going on with high school football across the state. And we always like to thank what our armed forces do across the world.
Well, actually, a lot of people don't realize this McAllen area down here, there actually is a lot of military families down here. It's a very big part of the culture down here as well. So there's a lot of people down here that deserve a lot of thanks from us every day.
That's right. Let's send you out to the Permian Basin now, where the regional top five, I think Midland Lee might be the top team out there. But I tell you what, they've got some big games tonight as well.
Well, it's still tough to tell, and I tell you what, if Big Spring keeps playing the way they're playing, they're going to be number one here in a little bit. But Midland Lee has a big game tonight at Abilene Cooper. We'll talk about it in a second. Midland's got a bye. And then Permian and Odessa, Jeff, I mean, it's as big as it gets for them right now. They're playing each other tonight. We're about to break that game down, and loser of that one, man, they're going to be hurting at 0-3. I can tell you that.
Yeah, so Midland Lee at Abilene Cooper, Odessa High and Odessa Permian. A bunch of good games tonight. Of course, this is a huge rivalry between Permian and Odessa High.
And you know what? This is going to make your head explode. This is the first time in 54 years these two teams have ever met when they are both 0-2. So whoever loses this game tonight, like I said, not only they're on the outside looking into the rivalry and just the general area, but it's a tough start in that district when you've got Abilene and Cooper breathing over your shoulder. If you're starting 0-1, that's a tough hole to climb out of.
All right, so how about Midland Lee at Abilene Cooper? Big game going on over in Abilene. That's a matchup that you got to like on paper as well. And I like what I've seen from Cooper already so far this year. In fact, why don't we go ahead and take a quick listen in. KWKC 1340 AM radio. This is Abilene Cooper hosting Midland Lee.
For Midland Lee, Josh Austin approaches, and he hits a line drive that hits one of the upbacks. It comes down to the 30-yard line, and he comes down to Brian Turner, and he gets out across the 40, about the 42. Boy, Austin hit the upback at the 50, and the ball stayed on a low line, and the Cougs are spiraled. Yeah.
Number 11,
43 or 42, yeah, 42 yards, 42. First and 10 for the Lee Rebels. First time we've seen Midland Lee on offense. It'll be Taylor Nunez the quarterback. Lee in their white jerseys, the silver pants, outline the maroon. A lot better easier to read than Cedar Park last week, and we've got movement on first down.
All right, so that is Cooper leading that one 6-0. Special thanks to KWKC 1340 AM. And we like to listen in on some of those broadcasts, get kind of a feel of what's going on. Of course, Cooper just beat Cedar Park last week, so we'll see how they do against Midland Lee. How about this matchup? Big Spring at San Angelo Lakeview. We talked about Big Spring. Tobin Tannehill has been lighting it up. They're 2-0. Everyone in Big Spring really excited about what they've been doing so far.
Well, it's been a huge turnaround for them. I mean, they were just 0-10, I think, last year. But as you said, Tannehill's a big part of things, but he's got a really good talent outside. That's wide receiver Devin Roberson, an explosive kid who's made a big change to that offense overnight. I think Big Spring's probably your favorite over Lakeview tonight. You never know out West Texas, but I'd be surprised if Big Spring didn't come away with a win tonight.
Kenyon Randall at Monahans. I've had a chance to see Monahans a couple of times, and they look powerful as always.
Well, a little strength on strength tonight, I think, in this one. Randall, we know they can score the ball. They do it early off, and they're good at it. But Monahans normally is a pretty good defense. They have a very good linebacker in Jackson Sharp. That's going to be a tug-of-war both ways. Whoever wins out on their strength side of the ball, I'm sure is going to come ahead, and I have a feeling it may be Randall tonight.
Shallow Water at Midland Greenwood.
Yeah, sneaky good game. No one really talking about this one, but a matchup of two good small school teams out in the Permian Basin. I tell you what, Midland Greenwood was a death and taxes team a couple years ago. They were really consistent, went through a bit of a lull, and now it looks like they're back, found their groove again. I really like Greenwood here.
All right, so the race begins. The Little Southwest Conference kicking off, and look at some of these matchups.
Well, like we said already, Abilene and Amarillo Tascosa. Abilene's out 6-0 over Tascosa at this moment. Coronado at San Angelo Central. They finished that one up last night. San Angelo Central is your winner. Odessa Permian, like we said, loser there is going to be odd man out maybe. And then Midland Lee at Abilene Cooper. Midland is on a bye.
Hey, we can't forget six-man out here. Of course, six-man lives and breathes, especially in West Texas.
That's right.
Why don't we check in with Greg Sherman and get kind of a preview of what we can expect with six-man football.
Throckmorton head coach Mike Reed finally won his first state title last year after 3 previous title game losses. For Throckmorton to repeat in a loaded Division I, it will have to do it with only 2 offensive starters back.
It's kind of deceiving, but really the guys that were on that started on the defensive side of the ball because of our depth last year, you know, they still played a lot of playing time as the offensive starters backups during that run. Defensive side, I feel like we have a good core of 5 kids back off last year's group, which has really kind of helped catapult us.
One of the biggest threats to Throckmorton is once again Gale Borden County. The Coyotes and coach Trey Ritchie have been to the state title game 3 of the last 4 years, but lost to Throck last season.
Tanner Ritchie going to move from quarterback to tailback. He's been our quarterback the last 2 years. His success will be dependent on what our offensive line does. Jared Smith is going to jump into that role as quarterback that he's got to play extremely well.
Another good team to look out for in the West is Ira. The Bulldogs bring back 4 starters on each side of the ball, including some of the best running backs in the state in Lance and Logan Morris, as longtime head coach Toby Goodwin seeks his first state title. Also keep an eye out for Rankin, who likely would have played for a title last year if not for a second-round loss to the Coyotes. Turkey Valley, who has risen over the years, Zephyr, and 2010 Division II state runner-up Sterling City. Throckmorton scrimmage 2-time Division II champion Richland Springs. The Coyotes have won 30 games in a row, and Jerry Burkhart's team is a prohibitive favorite to become the second 6-man school to ever three-peat.
I know it's a tough thing to do. I know people do talk about the three-peat. That would be an awesome achievement for our school and our program and our community, but from our previous 2 scrimmages, we feel good. We're ready to start the regular season.
In his 10 seasons with Richland Springs, Burkhardt has won 5 state titles and has lost exactly 5 games total.
Chance Bush, he was the All-State defensive MVP. He's a kid that's going to take over the reins. Denham Reeves, that graduated last year, and Thomas Fowler, who was our quarterback, and he's also our safety, does a great job for us. We've got some young kids that are moving up that have really stepped up. You know, they were on the scout team last year going against one of the best teams in the state every day, and it only made them better. And, you know, we just tell them now that it's their time to shine, and they're excited and ready to go.
There's plenty of tough teams in Division II. The biggest threats would be Jonesboro and Follett, but it appears it could once again be all Coyotes in Division II again.
It's what we do in Richland Springs. It's a lot of football.
Reporting from West Texas, I'm Greg Sherman for Fox Football Friday.
All righty, thanks, Greg. We do appreciate that. 6-man football. Had that D1 and D2 title game last year over at Shotwell Stadium in Abilene. A lot of fun. Okay, let's send it back down to Angela on the sidelines. We've got an update right here at this game. Angela?
Thanks, Jeff. Well, the Warriors started with a ball after their opening drive. They had to punt it to the Bulldogs. The Bulldogs got the ball on the 23-yard line. They drove it down the field. This is a pass from quarterback Fred Hover to Garrett Thomas to set up the touchdown play. They went for it on 4th and 4 from the 14. This is the touchdown pass from Fred Hover to Philip Cantu. They capitalized with the extra point. The Bulldogs lead 7-0.
All right, thanks, Angela. 7-0, 5:45 to play here in the first quarter. So McAllen moving right down the field and getting a touchdown.
And speaking of passing touchdowns, here's an update for you. Else Jesuit quarterback Jack Brissett, 5 passing touchdowns in the first quarter. Record watch, everyone. We could see a big one fall tonight.
Good stuff. All right, Fox Football Friday continues from McAllen in just a moment.
North Shore's leading Cinco Ranch 29-7 with 8 minutes left in the second quarter.
Oh, they missed the extra point.
Dude, they're on a freaking mission right now. They're just murdering everybody.
Extra point, no good. 5:03. That's in your first quarter. You score. Bulldogs 7.
And welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart joining in. We've got another touchdown to show you. McAllen taking on Nicky Rowe, and a lot of offense. We were talking about the fact that these two teams, could they live up to what we saw last week? Well, they're off to a great start. Look at this long TD pass all the way downfield. That is Eddie Ariano with the grab. Check that. That is actually number 83, Adrian Salazar. Now, the extra point, though, no good. It's blocked, so right now it's 7-6. McAllen leading Rowe here at Veterans Memorial Stadium.
And that was Javi Obregon, the guy we talked about being the player of the night, possibly on that long touchdown pass. Just a rollout, looked like the defense was thinking run, and all of a sudden, wide receiver got right behind everybody.
Hey, let's take an Academy Sports Desk break and check in with Rick back in the studios. Rick, what do you have?
Thank you, Valley Boys. All kinds of fireworks on Thursday night. Amarillo Caprock is off to a 3-0 start for the third straight year. And receiver Addison Bustos, he caught 13 passes for 392 yards in a 10-point win over Estacado. That's 2 yards shy of the all-time record set by Baylor-bound Robbie Rhodes, Fort Worth Southwest. Check other action in the Valley. San Benito and McAllen Memorial. The Greyhounds, they jump out to the early lead. Jesse Jimenez getting in there. That made it 9-0. San Benito. Aaron Villarreal was something special, though. This is a go-ahead touchdown. This was a tight game, and Memorial leads for the first time and holds on to win it 13-12. At Edinburgh, the Donna Redskins in town. Good night for the Redskins D. Jeff Benavidez registers the sack here, then followed up by Alex Garcia with the sack of his own. and then they would get into the end zone. The Skins go to 3-0. They win it 31-7, the final there. Congratulations to this year's first winners of the Billboard Tough Player of the Week. OU-bound Cody Thomas of Colleyville Heritage, Bernie champions Kyle Paskey. In 4A, great quarterback who was a genius with that 98.5 academic average. In 3A, Derek Black of Shallowater. In 2A, a name we're familiar with, Travis Quintanilla of number 1 Refugio, who continues to roll. And how about Desmond Lacey of Pineland, West Sabine in northwestern state Louisiana bound, and in the private schools, Adam Hollenbach of Shiner St. Paul. Congratulations to all. We'll highlight him this week on the Billboard Tough Player of the Week show. Time now to bring in one of the world-famous Fox Sports Southwest girls, Kami. She's here all night chatting with you on social media, and you got some great game day photos, huh, Kami? Wow. It's gorgeous, and you and I were at that Rangers game the other night when we raised $220,000 for the Wounded Warriors, and that brings up thoughts of that. You had a lot of fun on that night.
On the Warriors 10-yard line, being first and 10 row, 3:17 left in your first quarter, 7-6.
Incredible, incredible. Wow, that's a lot of fun. And, Lancaster, they're still dancing about their big win over number 1, John Tyler. Good stuff, Kami. Kami's going to be here all night. Make sure you go to foxsportssouthwest.com and get your game day photos to us. Kami wants to put them on the air. It's a simple sign-up process, and we'll get those photos on TV. Let's go back to the Valley boys. Jeff Power and Travis Stewart. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you, Rick. We do appreciate that. Hey, while we're in the Valley, let's go ahead and talk about it. We've got a lot to get to in this area, a lot of big matchups.
Yep, a bunch of them. And there's a bunch of good teams here in the top 5. Hollarton not really one of them right now, which is a surprise after they had such a good run the past couple of years. But Mission Sharyland starts off. They're still 1-0, remember, because they had that bye game already. San Benito clocks in at 2-1 because they lost last night to McAllen Memorial, which is definitely going to be in this top 5 here in just a minute.
Yeah, and we saw earlier San Benito played Harlingen last week, and a lot of people around here were talking about kind of the shock of Harlingen starting 0-2, but the fact that San Benito started off 2-0 in itself pretty impressive.
Well, really good defense out there for the Greyhounds. I tell you what, they know how to get after the ball. Harlingen there in the red and white, and San Benito just covered well downfield. They got after the quarterback. They used a lot of their speed to break things up. They hit hard across the middle. If you like defensive football, we've obviously got a lot of offense behind us here tonight, Jeff, but if you like defensive football, this San Benito team, they know what's up. They get after the football.
Nice little play right there. Heads up. Got to keep your hands and eyes coordinated. How about Donna, undefeated? Surprised?
Not really. A pretty good team, pretty good run game. Edinburgh Economies has got a big game tonight, though, Jeff. Let's take a look at that one right now. They're taking on Edinburgh North, and there was just a score in this game. Economies is now up 7-0. There's about a couple ticks on the clock left in the first quarter, and this is a huge shot game, Jeff, because these two teams combined last year for 3 total wins, 3 total between the two of them. Well, now they're both 2-0. So tell me how we got to that point, especially Economides. You look at what they've done over the past couple years. 2-8, 4-6, 3-7, 0-10. It's been a struggle. Then all of a sudden, 2-0 right out of the gate. This team has got the whole valley kind of casting a wary eye at them, because if that sleeping tiger wakes up, sleeping jaguar, I might say, if they wake up, you got a whole other powerhouse in the valley waiting.
Well, and I also learned tonight, Economides, it's a Greek word.
Really?
Yes, not Spanish. It is Greek.
What does it mean?
I'll try to find out. PSJA and PSJA Memorial. Another good-looking game tonight, and it's Memorial up right now, 7-0. Far San Juan Alamo, by the way, if you're not familiar with the area.
A lot of hyphens in there as well. But I think the Memorial defense is probably your best unit on the field tonight. They got a really good defensive back in Arnie Garza. They're only allowing 183 yards per game. That's less than 200 per game. That's pretty good. And for a PSJA team that runs the ball a ton, if Memorial gets another score 2 scores here. It gets pretty tough to come back against that.
Laredo Alexander at Mission Sherryland. A lot of people talking about, the switch in district play and all that. Sherryland kind of moving out away from some of the schools around here.
Now, here's a surprise. Well, I guess let me correct myself. It can't be too much of a surprise because, again, we've only seen Sherryland play 1 game, and they looked really good. But you don't really know what that looks like over the next week and the week after that, now that people have some film and they can watch it. Alexander's been one of the best Laredo teams in the area, but I still think I'm going to take Sherryland here after a strong first quarter from Alexander.
La Jolla Palmview at La Jolla Juarez Lincoln.
Don't sound familiar? That's okay. They're still pretty new teams, and that kind of goes back to what you said earlier, Jeff. This Valley area is really blossoming. A lot of new schools. We're going to talk about all the new schools this year in just a second, but these two are both in their infancy. Whoever wins here, I think, gets a statement made that they're on the right track early.
PSJA Southwest at RGC Gruya.
Speaking of new schools, there's one for you in Gruya, which is in Rio Grande City. That's RGC for you. A smaller school, a 3A program really, but PSJA Southwest is a 4A school, but they're also pretty new. So as you can see, a lot of new teams in the Valley, and that can go one of 2 ways. Either the new schools start off as immediate contenders, which the schools like Cibolo Steel have done and Denton Geyer, or it ends up diluting talent across the whole area, and then everyone has to adjust for a while.
So the new teams are starting off pretty strong.
A few of them are. I mean, we just talked about PSJA Southwest. They're already 2-0. Brownsville Veterans Memorial's 2-0, and they have a great chance to be 3-0 tonight in their first ever district game. Santa Maria and Monte Alto, both small schools, they're both 1-1. Edinburgh Vela starts off at 0-2, but it's okay because first of all, it's a tough district, and second of all, their mascot is the Saber Cat. They get like 4 years of grace period for me just for having such a cool mascot.
There's no other team in the state of Texas called the Saber Cat.
I think that's true. And I don't think there's anyone else in the country that may have it.
Yeah,
okay,
I like it. All right, let's send it down to Angela and get another update from her. Angela?
Thanks, Jeff. Well, the first quarter just ended. The Bulldogs still lead the Warriors 7-6. Just wanted to let you know that Javi Obregon, he's not a tall kid, but he really has great vision. He's made some great passes, and he's been running the ball a lot. He's had a lot of quarterback keeps. They're driving right now, heading into the second quarter. The Bulldogs lead 7-6. Back to you.
Okay, Angela, we do appreciate that. Get a little windy out here on the set. We're going to get you some more scores statewide. Fox Football Friday from right here at Memorial Stadium, where McAllen and Nikki Rowe battling out 7-6 right now. McAllen on top. We'll be right back with much more.
Six nothing. It's 6-0. Does anyone have like a Kleenex or a paper towel? My nose is running like a tap. Thank you.
I just used it. Don't worry.
I don't care.
Oh, they went for 2. 14-7. Nikki Rowe.
It was crazy.
Oh, thank you, Jeff. That's so much better.
Yeah, I don't want it back.
You do not want that back. I can tell you that right now.
The game of the week on the monitor is Economedes 7, Edinburgh North 0.
I believe Economedes is named after a Greek person. It is a person, but I'm not sure, who he was. But I'll find out. I'll look it up. He was an economist. What's that, Jeff?
We can hear you.
Okay. We're going to start with Bowie Skyline? Okay.
Press box would like to acknowledge Chick-fil-A, our game worker pregame meal sponsor.
Yeah, don't F it up. It's a joke, it's a joke, it's a joke.
The swinging gate had a... the hinge fell off. And welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz. We're here at Veterans Memorial Stadium in McAllen. Look at the beautiful sky. The sun is setting here. Cloud cover, but not quite raining yet.
Will you stop jinxing us?
But we just had ourselves a pretty interesting play. Why don't
That's
we
right.
kind of recap what just happened? Angela?
Hey guys, well the Warriors just scored on a long touchdown pass. It was a pretty great play. They ended up going for 2 after that. The formation when they went for 2 was crazy. The Bulldogs just were not ready for it. The Warriors were able to convert on the 2-point conversion. They now lead 14-7.
Yeah, look at this. This is the old swinging gate. Pretty fantastic. Yeah, that's one way to put in 2 points. So it all counts. 14-7. Nicky Rowe, the Warriors leading right now over McAllen.
And that touchdown looks kind of familiar. You want to know why? Same kid, same quarterback, behind the defense for the second time tonight. I think McAllen's actually up, playing a lot of press, looking to play the run, blitzing, taking some chances on the outside in the passing game. And then there goes Rowe, right behind him, taking good advantage. Javi Obregon, 2 big touchdown passes already tonight.
Paul Reyes having some fun as the head coach of Rowe. Hey, let's take a look at this. An upset in the making. Bowie right now. Surprise, surprise. Check out these highlights. They're taking on Dallas Skyline. A lot of people think maybe the best team in the state of Texas. But look at Bowie here in the orange and white. On the move, the pass play, caught, touchdown.
That's a nice
Look at that,
toss.
over the goalpost. It looked like Michael Irvin.
And then the whole Bowie team came out on the field to celebrate, and the refs threw a whole forest of flags. They got, get this, they got 3 15-yard personal fouls after the touchdowns. They attempted a 45-yard extra point, and it was no good.
What did Darryl Royal used to say? Act like you've been there before.
Yeah, well, I think this is a pretty good rivalry, Jeff. These 2 teams have seen each other every year for the past several, and every year Skyline's kind of hammered them a little bit. So I think Bowie's coming out with a lot of fire in their eyes tonight.
Hey, what do you say we get to some maybe some Wendy's score updates? A lot of games all across the state. Of course, you see our little ticker down here on the bottom. Some of these final scores you see are actually from Thursday night, but a lot of games to get to. As you see, Langham Creek leading Side Creek right now 7-0 in the first. Senton trailing Rio Hondo 6-2 in the first.
And I really like this Refugio over Lago Vista right now, 14-0, because realistically, Refugio has not had a lot of top flight teams to play in district play or in non-district play, even for that matter, the past couple years. They've always had to wait for the playoffs. Well, Lago Vista is really good and really good defensively, so it's the right kind of team for Refugio to see right now. 14-0 says a lot about how good these Bobcats are again.
And real close to where we're at here, Los Fresnos leading Hanna 7-0 right now. So Hanna trailing 7-0 early on in the first quarter with your Wendy's real score updates. This is some early scores here, Friday night action all across the state. And there are a lot of games that are, having some weather delays. But what do you say we check out some footage just coming in from the Galena Park North Shore game. This, of course, from the greater Houston area. I tell you what, North Shore in the red taking on Cinco Ranch. They are taking it to the ranch.
And this is for the 3rd straight week, Jeff. I mean, North Shore, first of all, they hammered their first opponent, Clear Springs. Then they beat up on Manville after falling into a 28-7 hole. And now they're thumping Cinco Ranch. It was 29-7 with 8 minutes left in the second quarter earlier. It's this kid.
Micah Thomas.
Well, that's the quarterback, yeah. And then they've also got a really good running back as well.
Yeah, Tristan Houston, 59-yard touchdown run. And then Cinco Ranch back on the board here as Denzel Bates scores. That made it 13-7. Ranch think they're getting back in it, but
some rain.
But look at that. Here comes the rain, and here comes the thundering herd, if you will.
I'm telling you, it's this big offensive line. It's this really good defense as well. This is a really tough team to beat. We've talked so much about Katy. We've given the Tigers a lot to do, and justly, because they've been very good, and they've looked very good this year. But this North Shore team, at some point, if they keep beating good teams like this, I mean, we're almost going to have to put them in the top 2 or 3 in the state because they're just hammering quality foes.
Yeah, that was Jared Pendleton with that last touchdown there. And if you think about it, the last couple of years they've started the season off with Katy, and it hasn't really worked for them, but I like what they're doing right now. They seem to be building week after week, getting much better.
I guess the only thing that can slow them down is the rain, and you saw a lot of that rain coming down in those highlights. Now, remember, folks, rain, you'll play through rain. UIL lets you play through all the rain you want. Goodness knows we've sat through it before. It's when lightning comes in that they're going to delay the game, and if it gets really bad, they're just going to call it. They try not to do that, especially for a district game. Sometimes they'll just finish them the next day on Saturday. But once you bring lightning into the equation, you're going to shut it down because they don't want anyone getting hurt. But rain, shucks, we'll play through a little rain.
Yeah, and rightfully
Maybe not
so.
Us,
and I guarantee you we won't play through lightning either, right?
No, I'm pretty sure we're going to pack it in if the lightning starts coming.
But a lot to get to throughout the night here. Fox Football Friday here in McAllen. Right now the score 14-7. The Warriors of Nicky Rowe leading the Bulldogs. Why don't we check in with Angela right now and just kind of get an update of what's going on here right behind us. Angela?
Hey guys, Mac High is driving. They're on the 1-yard line right now trying to see if they can get a score. They're trailing right now. Let's see if they can do it.
Okay, so it is 14-7, 9:54 to play, and the crowd goes wild. I'm going to peek over.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and take a look at this
score.
play. See, this is what we do for you. We can't show it to you live, but we can show it to you right after it happens. Look at this, right up the gut for a touchdown, and that is McAllen scoring the TD. That one being scored by number 28 there, Ricky Rodriguez.
And what you saw there was that McAllen offensive line giving a good push with all that bulk up front. Remember, folks, can't show you the game live per UIL rules, but we want to bring you these highlights one after the other as soon as they go. And, Jeff, we talked about this being a shootout. Lots of offense. The defenses are going to be in for a test, yada, yada, yada. Well, we've seen all of it so far, 14-13. The only thing separating them right now is PAT. Two very good offenses on the field right now.
Well, by the way, Ricky Rodriguez, he's only a sophomore. Both the coaches were telling us how they've got pretty young squads out here, and they'll be interested to see, how they can handle the media attention and just playing in front of a pretty good crowd out here tonight. And, of course, it's a city rivalry as well.
Are we making them shy with all this media attention? PAT is up and good. It's 14-14. You talked about sophomores. We know McAllen's got a really good one in their quarterback. Fred Hover's had a great start to the season already. He's already got a touchdown pass tonight. We talked so much about Harlingen over the past couple years and how good they are in the Valley. I really think the McAllen area has a chance to take a big step forward and maybe be the preeminent area or at least city out in the Valley right now.
Yeah, and why not? There's so many schools popping up down here. Everyone kind of getting a chance to sort of feel each other out, get a feel for it. You see more spread offenses down here now. It's not just the smash mouth running football style. We ran into Bruce Bush, who's been doing a nice job also down here in the Rio Grande Valley. Of course, he's a head coach. He's been all over the state of Texas. More on that in just a moment. Fox Football Friday will continue from right here in McAllen.
Oh, it's my nose, folks.
Yeah. Sin Shack. I'll text him. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it says Round Rock ISD blocking. You send it for some reason.
The academy team behind the team people with me whenever we want to do that. It's the
Yeah.
It's the entire McAllen Rose student body, but I've got representatives from the band, the dance team, the cheerleading team, but it's the entire student body.
Angela's going to interview each and every one of them.
Hey, it's Scott Mathis 2000. Correct? Ask Scott what the rest of it is. Scott Mathis 2000.
First contact, 56 for the Bulldogs, Joey Dinn. Pick up a 5, being second down, 10. Ball spotted on the Warrior, 35.
Scott Mathis 2000 at yahoo.com.
Oh, my God.
And welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz. We're here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. As you can see, the Bulldog cheerleaders here at McAllen High School. They're known as McHigh. It's got a nice little ring to it. McHigh Bulldogs. And, of course, they're taking on Nicky Rowe, the Warriors. Good-looking helmets. We appreciate coaches bringing them out here for us.
I tell you what, this row jersey and helmet combination is really sharp. I hadn't seen it before. It's awesome.
A little bit of glitter here. I like that, too.
You're fixated by the glitter.
I am. I like it.
I just like the awesome green spear. Let's take a look in the Syntex area, Jeff. A lot of really good teams out there, and the top 5 is littered with guys that could end up being second or third round playoff contenders.
Sure, no question about it. The Syntex, always good football out there, led by Hewitt and Midway. Of course, Midway undefeated. They reached the state championship game in Class 4A last year before falling to Lake Travis.
Really good offense, really good defense out there. Temple's also in the mix. They take on South Lake Carroll tonight at Cowboy Stadium in an absolute must-see matchup. We're going to have a lot of highlights from that throughout the evening. A&M Consolidated takes on Westlake, and they're out to a quick 7-0 lead over the Chaps right now. Copperas Cove in at 1-1 in the 4th spot, and Killeen hanging around at 2-0 there in the 5th spot.
Yeah, so Killeen 2-0. You know, the Kangaroos, why not, right?
Exactly.
I think that's the only team named the Kangaroos, by the way. I just thought I'd throw that in there. But the two Syntex teams that are kind of kicking off district play, Magnolia West at Brenham. Interesting matchup here.
Exactly. Brenham and Bryan Rudder kind of fall both under our greater Syntex area, Waco down to Bryan College Station, whatever. But both those teams are in district play tonight, and look at how different their seasons last year were. Brenham was 7-0 in district last season. Well, Bryan Rudder was 0-6. So they both obviously have some work to do because Bryan Rudder needs to turn things around in district play, and Brenham fell out early in the playoff race last year, so they're going to have to bounce back if they want to make some postseason noise.
And you alluded to this, South Lake Carroll and Temple game being played at Cowboy Stadium. We got a chance to look at Temple last week, and that team looks for real. In fact, well, why don't we go ahead and take a listen in with the word right now.
Your third-quarter performance that can help you with position-specific training for all players trying to become better football players. You can even get private lessons. They're available. Call 469-713-9999. FifthQuarterPerformance.com is their address. And again, checking some of those numbers for the Dragons. Kenny Hill, 3 of 6 for 32 yards. Has four different guys who have actually 1 catch apiece. And aside from that, it hadn't been a whole lot to talk about numbers-wise. The Dragons 146 total yards. They've got 114 yards on the ground, 32 through the air. Now for Temple, on the other hand, the Wildcats 92 yards in the first quarter, 25 yards rushing, and 67 yards through the air. The Wildcats had the ball for the majority of the period, 8 minutes and 50 seconds compared to 3:10 for the Dragons. And Allen, the quarterback, 8 for 9 for 71 yards, and he's been sacked 1 time. His favorite receiver, Buell, 3 catches for 26 yards. Again, those first quarter numbers brought to you courtesy of our statistician, Bob Thomas, and our friends at Fifth Quarter Performance. Dragons training Dragons. Go hard or go home. We've got a sideline report. It's brought to you by Chick-fil-A. Remember, go in tomorrow and say Dragon Radio, and you get a free Chick-fil-A sandwich with the purchase of anything else. Doesn't matter what you buy something else, you get a free Chick-fil-A sandwich if you say Dragon Radio at the
All right, that is Chuck Kelly on the call there for South Lake Carroll, and giving him an opportunity to plug a few companies there. South Lake Carroll leads Temple 14-0 in the second quarter. We saw Temple last week against Westlake, and we knew this was going to be a tough matchup for them, especially coming off that hard-fought win over the Chaps, but we'll see if they can hang in there.
I tell you what, I like Chick-fil-A, but I'm still a Wendy's man at heart there. Sorry, Chuck. I'm still a Wendy's guy here. But, yeah, I'm surprised Temple's down early right now. But let's segue to Bryan and Belton, 2 other Syntex area teams. And this Belton squad, tell you what, they kind of fall under the radar a little bit because their big rival Temple's been so red hot to start the year. Not a bad product out there. Belton has a chance to be maybe a 2nd or 3rd round playoff team.
And we talked about this game, Magnolia West at Brenham. We'll get a chance to see Brenham in a few weeks here when they take on Montgomery, but they've got a pretty good test tonight with West.
Yeah, a lot of these scores are still missing from these Houston games because a lot of them are in rain delays or at least an uncertain status because the Houston area is just getting pounded right now with rain. So we'll give you an update on this one as soon as we got it.
Giddings at Belleville. Belleville leading right now 7-0 in the early going there. And Giddings off to a really good start. Upset Wimberley. They've been playing really good football so far this year.
Actually, both of these teams really have been, Jeff. I think they could both legitimately be top 15 3A teams. Let's take a look at Belleville, actually, and some of their old-fashioned success. A really good slot T offense. All right, now this first name, that one's dangerous. That's Fuchs, Kyle Fuchs. It rhymes with books. That's the way Coach at Belleville taught me how to say that, Grady Rowe. They've also got Lakeith Nunn, DeBray Parker, Bronson Allen, and Taylor Thompson. Taylor Thompson's got a lot of college attention coming his way because he's blocked 6 kicks in his career. But all these guys carry the ball a bunch. I tell you what, for even a defense like Giddings, that's really hard to slow a team down like that because they just beat you to a pulp by the end of the night with all that ground game.
I tell you, Belleville running that slot T. We talked about Bruce Bush earlier. He runs the wing T down here at PSJA North, so I like to see the running styles. It's good to see.
One day we'll get a chalkboard out here and break down the slot T and the wing T, but that day is not today.
All righty, Lexington at Franklin, also another game that we'll be keeping an eye on out tonight.
Well, we've talked a lot about offense here at the Rowe McAllen game, but that one has a chance to be a shootout as well. Lexington's got a really good quarterback. We talked about him last week in Kogan Garrett, but obviously Franklin, they can run the ball like crazy, and I'm just talking run the ball in 3 yards. I'm talking run the ball in 30 yards. So you can see a lot of touchdowns out at that small school game tonight.
So interesting matchups all across that Super Syntex region. We're going to get to the Golden Triangle here in just a moment when Fox Football Friday continues. Let's check in with Angela. One quick update. Angela, what do you have?
Thanks, Jeff. Well, this week's Academy team behind the team is the entire McAllen Rowe student body. We've heard a lot about them since we've been here today. They have a famous Tomahawk chant. They're here to show us how it goes. Take it away, guys.
The Academy team behind the team, and we all know it. The chop. All right, we'll be right back here in McAllen. Rowe and McAllen High battling it. We'll be right back with more highlights on Fox Football Friday.
Football Friday Blitz is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club. In spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today.
Oh, Golden Triangle. We should have all sorts of scores this time. My man Jim Barton hooked me up.
We need to get Brent Nordling a wireless card or something. He's always having Wi-Fi issues. Told him to go to McDonald's. There's a McDonald's right next door to the stadium.
Hey, man, whatever works, right? Hey, Michelle, I switched my mic around. It kept falling away from my face on the other side, so it's right up on me now. Thank you, ma'am.
.543, second quarter, 14-0.
Wow, this sucker's flying. Angela, go trip someone. Slow this thing down. Yeah, go do that. Come on, sports.
Yeah, I noticed that. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Yeah, it just seems like I'm not as bassy as I should be. I don't know.
Well.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Golden Triangle, Academy Sports Desk. We're going to do a quick score, then we're going to go to Academy Sports Desk? Okay. And welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. We've got a good one here at Memorial Stadium. 14-all, Nicky Rowe and Mick High, the Bulldogs, battling Rowe. And I tell you, the Warriors looking good. It's been just what we thought it would be, 14-all. Great contest so far here. What do you say we check in with the Academy Sports Desk break? Let's check in with Rick Renner, who has more from across the state of Texas. Rick, what do you have?
Thank you, guys. History in the making in the Alamo City last night. Converse Judson looking for his first win under their new coach, Mark Smith. And we had a running back put up the 5th 300-yard game in school history. What a game for Jarvion Williams. Let's show you some highlights as Converse Judson took on Churchill. Churchill up 3-0 early on. Rockets would answer, and there's Jarvion doing his thing. That made 7-3 Judson after one. Then in the second, it's Jarvion again. He shrugs off several defenders on this one. Judson rolls 45-24. Williams 302 yards and 5 touchdowns. Elsewhere, Pasadena Dobie against League City Clear Falls. Early in the second quarter, Dobie's Kelton Bailey just stretches out across the goal line. That made it 12-0. The Knights would bounce back in the third. Jonathan Lowry with the short run here makes it 12-10. Clear Falls clearly wins this one, 24 unanswered points. Another one, Pleasanton and Lanier. First drive of the game, Luke Walters. He finds Dade Lamas wide open in the end zone for the quick 7-0 lead. Then later in the first, third and goal for Pleasanton, and it was a pleasant night. They go up 14-0 on this Jake Michaels touchdown. Pleasanton goes on to win it 42-7. Lytle down 7 early in theirs, but they answer quickly. What a grab here by Josh Barrera. And that would set up a touchdown that tied the game, and a blowout would continue despite the weather delay. They win it 54-23 over Memorial. Time now to class up the place with Amy. You know her as one half of the Fox Sports Southwest girls. What's the big theme tonight on Twitter? That looks really hot. I don't know about you. I mean, thank goodness it's cool, because that's a lot to wear. Pretty cool. They need that Army because they're taking on Booker T. Washington of down in South Florida, Miami. Got to ask you, what do people have to do to get their picture? Thanks, Amy. Great stuff. Check her out, by the way, on Twitter and on Facebook. Just search the Fox Sports Southwest girls. You'll find them. Her partner, Liddy, tweets from all of your favorite sporting events, including on college football Saturdays. Well, that's it from the studios. Let's kick it back out to the Valley Boys. Beth Power and Travis Stewart. It's yours, guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Rick. Appreciate that. Hey, we've got a scoring update for you. You won't believe this. Let's just roll the highlights. Galena Park North Shore is just taking it to Cinco Ranch. This game being played over at Galena Park ISD Stadium. Look at this. This is Kevion De Leon. He runs around the right side here in the end zone for a touchdown. And then it's Micah Thomas to Kevion De Leon. De Leon all over the place. This one good for 53 yards and another touchdown. It is 42-7, Galena Park North Shore leading Cinco Ranch. Did we say these two teams were undefeated? What's going on?
Man, I don't know what to tell you about this North Shore team. They're just ringing everybody up. Let's check it in the Metroplex, Jeff.
Yeah, another big matchup here. This is a shocker. Bowie taking on Dallas Skyline. Dallas Skyline in the all-white there. Some people think the #1 team in the state. Look at this. Arlington Bowie just taking it to him. Another touchdown.
It's the second connection of the night between those two kids, and Big 88 is doing some work on the outside. 13-0 now from Bowie. It's because they missed their first extra point try. It was from 45 yards away. Ask me another time. I'll tell you what happened.
All right. Interesting. Now it's 14-3, we understand. So, Golden Triangle. Let's move on over to that particular region, that regional top 5. Port Arthur Memorial. Let's start with them.
Exactly. In these top 5 rankings, if you disagree with them, make sure you go to Fox Sports Southwest and check in for ways to interact with us here at the desk and the Fox Sports Southwest girls, Rick Renner, all of us. You'll find a good way to send in photos and highlights. Now, Jeff, I don't think you can disagree with this top 5 because it's pretty good. Port Arthur Memorial, Needland in at number 2, Vidor in at number 3. All of them are undefeated. Beaumont's Ozan comes in at 1-1, but West Orange Stark at 2-0. We're going to talk about why they're in the top 5 here in just a few minutes.
And Nederland, speaking of them, they've got a battle right now going on with Angleton. In fact, Legacy Sports Network has got more on this. They're at halftime right now. It is 19-17. Angleton leading Nederland. Of course, Nederland, the home of where Bum Phillips coached, where Wade Phillips played. We were there last year, and they're in a struggle right now with the Wildcats.
Not a surprise because this Angleton offense is really good. They got 2 good running guys out there, Josh West and Richard Cooper. They just grind you up. They're really talented runners. Let's check in now with Francis Schrader, who's on site, who can tell us what exactly is going on in this game. Like we said, 19-17. Defenses rule here, but Jeff, these offenses, you just never know. They could erupt at any point in time when you run the ball as well as they do.
Yeah, Francis Schrader, 19-17 right now, Angleton leading. And Francis, do we have you on the line?
got me on the line. How you doing tonight?
Hey, Francis, we're doing great. Give us a kind of an update here in this game. It looks like it's been really tight.
Been a real tight game. In the first quarter, the Nederland Bulldogs committed 4 turnovers. Angleton Wildcats converted that to 2 touchdowns. The big difference in this game, Angleton Wildcats have missed the extra point and also 2-point conversion. Nederland Bulldogs came back to score 17 points in the second quarter, and so now our score at halftime in a rain-filled game. The skies opened up a few minutes ago. Angleton 19, Nederland 17.
But no lightning, right, Francis? You haven't seen any big lightning, have you?
Yeah, no lightning at all, just heavy downpours. Kind of opened up about 2 minutes remaining in the first half. So everybody's soaked. The bands cannot play, but we got a whale of a football game. Angleton, number 3 in the state, and Nederland, number 5.
Very good. Francis Schrader, we do appreciate that, of course, with Legacy Sports Network, and thank you for that update. Now, let's talk a little bit more about that matchup right there, getting to know Nederland quarterback Carson Raines. Good name for tonight, right?
I know, Carson. Well, that's just a good quarterback name in general. Carson Raines just kind of flows very well. But a really talented kid, and he's really helped that offense chug along so far this season. Only 6'1", 170, not a huge kid, but the productivity has been huge. Last week, 143 yards passing and a score, 2 more touchdowns rushing, and then week 0, he threw for 3 scores. That's all just building off what he did last year, 1,500 passing yards and 15 touchdowns. Really talented kid. Like to watch him play.
How about Vider at Clearbrook?
Well, this Vider team, they do one thing, and they do it really darn well, and that's run the football, Jeff. And their first 2 games, I still can't believe I'm about to say this, in their first 2 games, they have attempted 2 total passes. Think about that. 2 football games, they've thrown the ball twice. They just run, but it's really hard for defenses to stop them. And again, that fatigue and attrition factor, by the end of the night, you just want an ice pack and to sit down. You don't want to have to play the run anymore after you play these guys.
How about Summer Creek at Port Neches Groves?
Another really good matchup here. Port Neches Groves, I don't want to say struggled so far this year, but the Indians still looking to find their groove, get some consistency, whereas Summer Creek has had at least one massive win already this year. I think Creek is probably your favorite tonight. This one actually just got into halftime. Couple scores to update, 21-8 now. Summer Creek still leading, but PNG crawling back into it. They need a big second half out of their quarterback, A.J. Smith, if they want to get back into this one all the way.
Now, West Orange Stark at Beaumont Central. 7-0 right now, Stark on top.
Not a surprise that Stark is winning, which seems like it would be because they're a 3A, Central's a 4A. But I tell you what, look at the history of West Orange Stark, these crafty Mustangs against 4A teams. Heck, they're great. This year, they've already beaten Little Cypress, Morrisville, and Port Neches Groves. Last year, they lost to Nederland. Willie given that exception because they lost by a point. But in 2010, they beat Nederland. In 2009, they beat them again. All those teams, folks, are 4A squads. So we ought to just go ahead and take this West Orange Stark team, put them in 4A. They're good enough to do it. They're really talented.
Kirbyville at Jasper right now. Jasper on top, 14-7.
Kirbyville just scored to make this 14-13 now, and a lot of good players on this field, but you really have to take a look at this Jasper offense, which is just ringing up numbers like a slot machine. They've got 104 points in their first 2 games. Guess we can make that 118 now in 2.5 games. A lot of talent out there, a big reason why they're 2-0.
All righty, from the Golden Triangle to the Alamo City, that's where we're headed next here on Fox Football Friday. It is 14-14 right now with 1:20 in this one between Rowe and McKay. And hey, how about this? Quick little highlight for you. This is Dallas Campbell.
And Lancaster, the team that beat John Tyler last week. You want to talk about college athletes? Oh my gosh, this field sports a whole bunch of them, but a good touchdown there, a big score, obviously, for Campbell there. They have a lot of talent on offense, especially in the backfield of the quarterback and running back spots. Terry and Gibson is their big gun at running back, but Lancaster's defense is holding strong. Remember, it's the team that held John Tyler under 30 points last week, which is about as rare as, I don't know, think of something rare, about as unicorns, rare as a unicorn holding John Tyler under 30 points.
I'm digging those Kimball helmets, too.
It's pretty awesome.
Saints look. It's
I know,
nice.
Fleur-de-Lis.
All right, San Antonio area coming up next. Fox Football Friday continues from here in McAllen. We got down to a minute, 14 all here. Not as much second quarter score. Look at Clay working over there. Look at Clay going to work, just getting this girl's phone number.
Would that surprise anyone? Oh, okay. My God, I love these highlights.
Who is this?
Consol and Westlake.
Oh.
As long as it stays tied, I'm going to grab Mac High coach Tony Harris.
Okay.
While we're talking about that, we actually have to show that Fred Loya graphic in the overtime stuff as well. We have to show that twice. Bueno, gracias, señor.
I have an A&M consolidated touchdown.
They were up 7-0. I don't know what the score is now.
7-3.
Okay.
I have A&M consolidated up 7-3, Jeff. I need a roster out there. That game's in the second. I don't. Maybe getting close to halftime.
Looks like Longview Marshall may not happen. Too much rain.
Fox Football Friday, it's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart joining you, and we are right here giving you a worm's eye view from the field here. Look at that beautiful surface, by the way. That's Hellas turf, by the way. Can withstand 10 inches of rain, I was told.
That sounds like a lot of rain. Right now, tied at 14 with 49 seconds left to go in the half. Clock just started running again. As soon as we get to halftime, we'll bring you an interview with some coach, whoever we can grab, really.
Hey, A&M consolidated right now. They are leading Westlake 7-3. Of course, we saw Westlake last week. We've had A&M consolidated on the show the last couple of weeks as well. Yep. This is a very interesting matchup going on in College Station, but it's been somewhat of a defensive struggle in the early going.
I know, but I'm excited to see consolidated quarterback Jalen Cheshire in these highlights coming up. Westlake has not been a great offensive team so far this year except against Temple. Here's Consol down in the red zone. Little dive right up the middle, and they're into pay dirt. 7-0 for Consolidated out over Westlake. And then I think the Chaps added on a boot later on to make it 7-3, but Consolidated still holding on to that tenuous lead.
Just trying to get that name right there. We'll check on that in a moment. Let's send it into Angela real quick, and a knotted up game behind us, Angela.
Thanks, Jeff. Well, I'm here for the Wendy's check presentation. I am with Rowe High School Principal Bridget V. Thanks for being here with us.
Thank you for being here with us.
And as you know, Wendy's believes that a real key to success starts with a great education. They believe, like Rowe High School, that great education needs to happen both on the field and in the classroom. And on behalf of Wendy's, we want to present this $500 check to Rowe High School. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We are very appreciative for y'all coming to McAllen and being here with the kids and highlighting everything that goes here in McAllen. Very grateful for the money. Thank you.
We're glad to be here, guys.
All right, Angela, do appreciate that. Of course, Nikki Rowe. Did you notice the shirt there? Is that cool? Fear the Spear.
We got some free digs. We got some of those free shirts. I'm pretty excited about wearing it.
Good stuff. Okay, hey, the keys to the game, the Wendy's keys to the game.
Yeah, well, let's talk about them right up. Who started off fast? And, I mean, really, it's kind of been a push so far, don't you think? Both teams got off to a good start in the second quarter, slowed down a lot. Defensive backs in high demand. Well, McAllen had a hard time with it early because Rowe got those two big deep strikes. But other than that, fairly well contained, I think. Pressuring the quarterback, I mean, it hasn't really been a big factor so far. We'll see how that plays out in the second half. And then overall conditioning, the temperature here has dropped dramatically. I mean, it is a frosty 82, 80 degrees out here. And I mean, in McAllen, when I was talking to Coach Harris before the game, he said, "Are you kidding me? It was 103, 105 at our last two kickoffs." So this kind of weather, these kids, they can run in this for days right now. So it's a non-factor at this moment.
Little front moving through. Hey, the race beginning in San Antonio as well. Of course, week 2 kind of means district play for a lot of teams all over the state of Texas. And take a look at what's going on in District 27-5A.
Well, 27-5A is the one that's going to open up district play this week. I think that's one that's Supreme Court justices. And then 26-5A is the ones all named after presidents. But Brandeis has a big one with San Antonio Warren tonight. I think that's probably the biggest matchup in this district. San Antonio Clark's got San Antonio O'Connor. O'Connor was out to a lead earlier in that one. Holmes versus Jay, that one was knotted up pretty close to halftime. Stevens takes on Taft, and then San Antonio Marshall is in their bye week.
All right, the regional top 5. Cibolo Steel probably the top team in the greater San Antonio area.
Probably. It's pretty tough to argue against their resume so far. They obviously beat up on San Antonio Madison. I mean, they look as bad as good as you're going to find anywhere in Texas right now. Smithson Valley comes in at number 2. They're 2-0. Reagan's 2-0 as well, though. Madison 1-1, but that loss comes to top-ranked Cibolo Steel. And then San Antonio Warren, whose offense seems to just fall out of the sky like rain these days. They're 2-0 in the 5th spot.
Hey, and speaking of Cibolo Steel, they're at Kerrville-Tivy tonight. Interesting matchup right now. Steel up 7-3 in the second quarter.
Now, I tell you what, here's the oddities of high school football in Texas. Steel hammered Madison, and Madison hammered Tivy. So Steel and Tivy are more or less locked up right now. Justin Stockton's the key to that game, the running back for Cibolo Steel. If you can't slow him down, that Steel offense is just going to pound away at you. But the Tivy defense holding them to 7 right now through about a quarter and change is really impressive. They keep up that level of play, Jeff. Those Antlers got more than a fighting chance.
Yeah, David Jones doing a great job over there with Tivy. All right, let's break down some other games. Pflugerville at San Antonio Reagan.
That's a pretty good one and a good rivalry, really, between these two schools. They first ran into each other in the playoffs a couple years ago, and I think they just kind of fell in love a little bit. The two fan bases, athletic staffs, coaching staffs, they had a common vision. They said, let's keep this going. Reagan out front right now, 7-0 behind a good defense and a pretty good run game. Jeff, by the way, just had a score behind us. We'll update you on that one in just a minute.
Okay, San Antonio Brennan at San Antonio East Central. Brennan right now up 3-0 in the second quarter.
You know what? I don't know what San Antonio is really known for statewide, besides the Riverwalk. I don't know what people think about it, but food. I can tell you one thing. Yeah, food, that's a good one. They've got a lot of really good running backs every year. It's pretty much the staple of the city, and East Central's got the next big one perhaps in Chris Armstrong. Really talented kid, but the Brennan defense has put a laser sight on him tonight, and they've slowed him down.
Amusement parks, and I was born there, by the way. Okay, San Antonio Madison at New Braunfels. Madison up 10-0 right now.
Well, this one's actually gotten a little worse. Madison stretching their legs a little bit over New Braunfels. I think it actually is out to 24-0 now, and the Madison ground game looks about 1,000,000 times better than it did in the opener against Cibolo Steel. Really talented team that's kind of hitting its stride now after a rough start.
All right, and I understand that Lauren Chan is standing by with the San Antonio Brennan game, taking on San Antonio East Central. Lauren, tell us about this game. It looks like it's been somewhat of a defensive struggle early on.
Yeah, you mentioned Chris Armstrong earlier, and he only has 9 carries for 7 yards. Brennan has held East Central to 21 yards in the first half and leads 17-0 at halftime.
Now, Lauren, I know Brennan, kind of one of the newer schools in San Antonio, hasn't really gotten a lot of the statewide attention as maybe your traditional favorites like Steele and Madison. Tell me what Brennan's all about and what they bring to the table.
It's not known anywhere since it's only been open for 2 years, but it's a school definitely that's on the rise. 0-10 the first season, 7-4 last year, and it's known for tough defense, and we're seeing it right now. They're doing all this despite not having its best player on defense, defensive end Derek Roberson, Texas committed as a junior.
Hey, Lauren, update that score for us one more time at your game.
It's 17-0 Brennan at halftime.
Very good. Hey, Lauren Chan, do appreciate it. San Antonio Express News does a great job.
You know what? I just got some messaging from social media on what San Antonio is known for. We're idiots. It's the Alamo. How did we miss that one? You were born there. You're in trouble for that one.
Come on.
I'm scot-free on that one. Other big games in the San Antonio area, we also take a look at San Antonio Clark and San Antonio O'Connor. We said that O'Connor was out to a double-digit lead. Still looking for the exact score on that one. Now, Jeff, I mentioned this earlier in the live show, I think. O'Connor's 0-2 on the season, but not all 0-2s are created equal. They've lost to Alamo Heights and San Antonio Reagan. Those are two really, really good losses, especially Reagan, which is a really close game. So as far as 0-2 goes, this O'Connor team's a lot better than they look.
All right, so interesting games right there in that greater San Antonio area. Let's send it down to Angela right now, who's standing by with the coach. Angela?
Thanks, guys. Well, I just grabbed Coach Harris from Mac High. Coach just scored a big touchdown at the end of that half to go up 21-14. Your quarterback, your sophomore quarterback, he looks amazing. What do you think of that?
I told you that. I love his poise. You know, he makes a couple, we called a roll out right, and he rolled out left. We said, hey, what happened? Did you read something? No, I ran the wrong way. All right. At least he knows what he's doing. You know, he's having a great job. He's doing a great job for us. We're happy where we're at right now.
Well, Fred Hover, he looks great, and obviously he's not afraid to admit when he's made a mistake.
No, he just plays and plays and plays.
You going to change anything when you go into the locker room?
No, we're going to try to keep them from scoring, obviously, because we can't win if they score more than us. But no, we're going to go in and make some adjustments. We got some things so we get more consistency on offense. But other than that, our intensity's good. We're playing hard, and this is Bulldog football.
Well, thanks, Coach. Good luck in the second half.
Thank you.
That was the Fred Loy Insurance quote at halftime.
Good job right there, Tony Harris. That was the quote of the night right there.
That is the best interview we have ever had on Fox Football Friday. That was my favorite interview maybe of all time.
He went the wrong way.
That's why he's been the longest tenured coach, I think, in actually Valley history now, because not only does he get through to kids, Jeff, but people just like him, and he puts a winning product on the field. That's Tony Harris in a nutshell for you, a yellow or purple and gold nutshell. That is him.
21-14. His team is on top, and he'll have some fun in that locker room. All right, Fox Football Friday continues. We're going to the DFW Metroplex next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I tell you what, that was almost shtick.
He sounds like he's been ready to talk all night.
Hey, that was great.
Let's wait for him to say. Did you ever hear about this? Just start telling some jokes.
Did you hear the one about the sophomore quarterback?
Hey, I got an update for us. Westwood leads Lake.
Hey, what happened? Did you read something? No, I ran the wrong way. All right. At least he knows what he's doing. You know, he's having a great job. He's doing a great job for us. We're happy where we're at.
You see Lake Travis is losing at halftime?
Yeah. And, I mean, they were winning big. They were winning like 10-0. So I think Westwood made it. We're going to get rained on.
We're going to get rained on, Jeff. Get ready. Hey, can you put the tarp over our heads? Yeah, we have lightning in the area, Jeff. You need to know that.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be out on this set much longer, to be honest with you.
There was some lightning in the distance.
The banners are flapping pretty hard. You can kind of smell rain. There's lightning in the distance.
Travis is panicking.
Save me, Jeff!
Guys, is that south? That's south, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This road here in front of us runs north-south. That's north, that's south.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, we got some weather in Mexico, south of us, southwest. That's the lightning that we're seeing.
Jeff is making up Mexican cities.
No, Matamoros is southeast.
Angela's correcting him on fake cities.
Football Friday Blitz is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club. In spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today.
Fox Football Friday, it's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Glad to have you along with us. A lot of great games, great action all across the state of Texas. We've got a good one right here. It is 21-14. The Bulldogs of McAllen leading the Warriors right now of Rowe, and weather getting to be a little bit of a factor around here.
Roughly that direction. Southwest of us, I think we have some lightning coming in. So don't worry, we're not going to leave you. If lightning comes, we're just going to move to somewhere slightly more protected. And also keep in mind, remember, we can't show you the game live tonight per UIL rules, but we will bring you highlights as soon as they happen. Even if we've got some rain coming in, we'll find a way to kind of make it work. You'll get the show.
Hey, highlights all over the place. In fact, let's go out to the Dallas-Fort Worth area because we've got an upset brewing, maybe? Let's take a look at what we've got here.
Dallas Skyline and Arlington Bowie coming up in just a minute. We'll start, though, with the top 5 in the Metroplex. Skyline, as we said, still ranked as the top team in Texas by Dave Campbell's Texas Football. Allen clocks in at 2-0. DeSoto, they'll take on Euless Trinity tomorrow. We'll talk about that one in a pinch. South Lake Carroll's at 1-1. They're tied up with, or not tied up, but wrangling Temple tonight. And then Euless Trinity, as we said, takes on DeSoto tomorrow, Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, interesting games, and the race begins here as well. District 6-4A opening up here in week 2 with district play.
The only DFW's district to open up district play tonight, and we head out to Fort Worth ISD for those games. Chisholm Trail takes on Dunbar tonight. Probably Dunbar's your favorite there. Eastern Hills wraps up Northside. I don't know, it's probably a toss-up, to be honest with you. Carter Riverside versus Saginaw. I kind of like Saginaw there. And then Birdville versus Boswell. Birdville jumped out to a big lead. I think it was 17-0 at one point. We'll get you a firm final on some point that throughout the evening. And then Polytechnic is on a bye. Poly Paris.
All right, we got some big games. Highland Park is at Sherman. There's about 20 seconds to go in the half. Let's listen in at KFXR 1190 AM.
Sherman. It's been a great first half of football. Highland Park's got a 28-14 lead on Sherman. And we thank you for listening. We've got a lot coming up at halftime. Mike's working on our first half numbers. We'll take a look at the stats.
So there you go. Highland Park up 28-14 over Sherman, and Sherman kind of hanging with them.
Well, Sherman actually I thought was going to win tonight, Jeff, to be honest with you. Highland Park, their offense made big strides in about 3 weeks to come out in front of Sherman right now. But that Bearcat offense with Drew Smith at quarterback, they can blow up at any point in time. This is still anyone's ballgame.
Perhaps the biggest upset going so far, Dallas Skyline at Arlington Bowie. Look at this. Bowie is up 21-3. We have got some footage of this game. Let's show you some highlights. And did we tell you that, Skyline is, in a lot of people's minds, the top team in the state of Texas?
Yeah, keep rubbing it in about my rankings, boy. Dallas Skyline, #1 team in Texas, but Bowie, a team that's seen a lot of them over the past couple years. Wow. That, and you know what?
Like Vince Young.
That's one thing against a JV team. But Skyline's got at least 5 college kids in the defense out there. So for him to walk around them like they're statues, that's impressive stuff. Now, that quarterback, number 10, has got 2 touchdowns passing tonight and a touchdown rushing. He has been super sensational so far.
Chuck Alcido bringing those highlights to us. We might have to check in with him a little bit later on tonight. All right, Lancaster and Dallas Kimball, another big game. And Dallas Kimball, let's show these highlights.
Dallas Kimball here looking in the red zone. Run for, I believe that's Terry and Gibson, big old body running back pushing over the goal line. He puts it in for an early touchdown. The extra point was no good, however, and they have had 2 touchdowns called back now. That's good enough for Lancaster to stay in front. Now, this Lancaster team, remember, they squeaked by John Tyler last week on the last play of the game. Maybe the ball bounces their way again, and they get another big upset tonight.
Hey, how about Flower Mound at Colleyville Heritage? I mean, Colleyville Heritage, this is a good-looking team. In fact, I think we've got a little phone action here with Greg Tepper. Greg, what do you have? Tell us about the game.
Hey, guys. Well, we are at halftime here at Pennington Field in Hearst, and it is Colleyville Heritage 21, Flower Mound nothing. And the story that's not been Heritage quarterback, rather
Cody Thomas.
Cody Thomas, thank you very much. Instead, it's been running back Connor Davis, who has all 3 touchdown runs for Colleyville Heritage. He's been a tough runner all night. The Heritage defense has been very strong as well. 2 red zone stops, especially one late in the first half. That's really something to the locker room happy. But especially impressed with their outside linebacker, Justin Jones, playing a great game so far. Cody Thomas, the quarterback, he's been good, and I feel like he's special. That release is something out of a quarterback's manual, and he puts great zip on the ball. He's got what I like to call practical mobility. He feels the pressure very well and adjusts. He makes good throws on the move. Very, very impressive so far. Flower Mound have been still on offensively. They're cycling quarterback through with Connor Winahan and Matt Hurst trying to find some success, but they haven't found the end zone yet.
And there was the first breath Tepper's taken in the past 2 minutes. Easy, big guy. Good job, though. Real quick, this Colleyville Heritage defense, much maligned in the past, probably kept them out of being a real playoff power. From what you've seen tonight, do they look like a team that could do some playoff damage with a unit like that?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been very impressed with how much pressure they've been able to put on the quarterback without sending extra blitzers. That front side and front 4 rather, and maybe bringing an outside linebacker here and there has really made these quarterbacks move out of the pocket. It's been very impressive so far for the Heritage defense.
All righty, Greg Tepper, we do appreciate it, and good job out there. We'll check back in with you just a little bit later on tonight. We got another update for you that we'd like to get to. Let's double-check highlights real quick.
Skyline and Bowie. I think we're bouncing right out to again. Here's Skyline quarterback Devontae Kincaid standing strong, looking for his open man, and he's got him right down the seam, and that is an easy touchdown. I believe that is Reginald Samples, their superstar wide receiver. That makes it 21-10. I tell you what, it's a big score for Skyline. Unless Bowie comes up and scores right before the half, that kind of gives you some momentum you just feel better about yourself getting that touchdown right before the break.
Yeah, no question about it. Hey, Euless Trinity and DeSoto, interesting matchup, to say the least.
So, absolutely. Tomorrow, two obviously Dallas heavyweights, really. I mean, these two teams have been around for a long time at a contending level, but we won't see them until tomorrow. I think DeSoto is going to be most people's pick because they seem to be a little more mature offensively right now. But if you look over their past 5 meetings, by the way, Jeff, they haven't seen each other since 2005. They've been on a long hiatus, but when you look over the past 5 meetings, hey, anyone's ball game. It was pretty close in 2001 and 2002. Both teams stretched their legs a little bit in 2003, and then obviously Trinity won big in 2005. But these two teams are actually right there, just very different styles. Trinity likes to ground and pound, that big run game, big offensive line. DeSoto likes to spread things out more like a track meet. Whoever styles comes out ahead is probably your winner.
And, we have some footage of Euless Trinity. Both these teams have been playing out of state so far to start the season. Trinity went up and took on a team from Washington, Bellevue, fell in that game, lost in that opening game of the season. DeSoto's played some teams from Tulsa, Oklahoma. So these teams finally getting a chance to come home and play.
Well, in some ways, it's a good thing. You're exposing your kids to some different styles, some guys you don't know a whole lot about. It kind of brings them out of their comfort zone a little bit, so it gets your teams ready for the playoffs when you're going to be seeing teams from El Paso and Amarillo and Abilene from all sorts of different places. So a good call by those two coaches.
Yeah, they've definitely played a tough schedule so far, no question about it. All right, well, coming up on the show here, we've got the Panhandle region to get to, and we'll get the third quarter kicked off here as McAllen is leading road 21-14. We'll be right back with Fox Football Friday. Good highlights from Dallas.
Well, I don't want to jinx it, but it's been a very good highlight night so far.
Oh, yeah, way to go.
Yeah, well, you've been sitting here being like, oh, it's not going to rain on us all night. Oh, Jeff, you ruined it. Yes. Oh, my God. You're a freaking savior.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's talk about rain. I'm thirsty.
Oh, there's a good chance that's the best thing I've ever had in my life. Short of my marriage. Oh.
My wife is watching. You should know.
Yep.
All right. I'm waiting for it to get a little colder. Feels moist out here.
And I'm okay with that. With how cold it's going to be.
I'll hit you up about your game. And then, Skyline's losing 21-10 right
Matt
now
Scales
to
was
Arlington
telling me
Bowie.
yesterday that he wanted.
You want to talk about
if
that,
Rick
or you want
gives
to talk
you any
about
kind of a
DeSoto,
play to interact with him a little
Trinity?
bit, they'd love for you to give him some play back and forth a little bit. Okay.
There's a little bit of a delay. So
I know it's complicated.
Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. It is The Blitz. I'm Jeff Power alongside Travis Stewart. We're here as Nicky Rowe is trailing the Bulldogs of Mick-High, as they like to say down here, 21-14. Third quarter action about to get underway. But we've got highlights to get to from not only here, but what do you say we check in with our Academy Sports Desk and check in with Rick Renner. Rick, how you doing tonight? Give us some highlights. Give us some love out there.
You know, I'm always here for you. Keep those pictures coming, Travis Stewart. Kenny said that. Stop talking and send more pictures. Hey, another banner weekend of the DF Dubs. Staxy went 3-0 Thursday night. Quarterback Kent Myers accounted for 9 touchdowns, 434 yards passing, 117 running. Let's bring in Corbett Smith, the Sports Day H-Pass. Corbett, Lancaster found itself in the top 10 poll this week after upsetting number 1 John Tyler. During the Lancaster-Kimball game, how's that going? Hey, Corbett, when you do your show, you might be talking about a lot of upsets tonight. One that's really glaring right now, Dallas Skyline, number 2 in the state. Some people think number 1, Travis Stewart. 28-10, Arlington Bowie is beating Skyline just before the half. What do you think of that?
I think that's a shocking scoreline. That's even more shocking considering that Bowie, right before halftime in the last game, lost the first quarterback, Perry, from the end. That was the second knee injury in as many years. Juniors. So I think Skyline has firepower to be able to come back in the second half. That's all full. That's a huge shock, not only because I think a lot of people, self-included, that Skyline's one of the best in the state. But Bowie's on their second-string quarterback. Don't see that happen right now. That's not the only upset. You got a school like Washington really handled this only game against Pelosi. They're up right now on our number 3 rank.
Thanks, Corbett. Great stuff. Make sure you tune in at 11 o'clock as David Newberry and Corbett will give you all the scores around the DF Dubs. Sports Day HS. Right now, let's go to Amy, one of my favorites. Fox Sports Southwest girls. Don't tell Liddy that. What's going on, man? What's going on Twitter? Ouch, that looks like it hurt. They look a little sad or something. I got, you're talking mascots. I got a great mascot for you. Butt. Central Catholic Butt. You know what a butt? A baby rattler. It sounds so cute, though, but that's Amy. Hey, make sure you can follow the Fox Sports Southwest girls on Twitter and on Facebook. And make sure you go to foxsportssouthwest.com and send in your photos. Amy wants to get them on TV. That's it from our studios and your Academy Sports and Outdoors Sports Desk. Let's send it back out to the guys. Sally.
All right, man, Rick Renner, fashionable and informative today with the Baby Rattler statement on the buttons.
Hey, A&M Consolidated, we talked about their matchup with Westlake. Great-looking game down there in College Station. Well, Xavier Jones has been on fire down there. Check out the touchdown by him right up the gut here as A&M Consolidated gets on the board. Of course, Westlake coming after that loss to Temple, trying to bounce back. This ball is up, and good.
Good kick.
How about that? So 7-3 right now. A&M Consolidated leading at the half. Game being played over at Tiger Stadium in College Station.
And you know what? I think that's much more the style that Westlake wants to play instead of that 49-42 shootout with Temple last week.
Yeah, good call. Hey, regional top 5 in the Panhandle. How about Amarillo? Undefeated. In fact, all these teams undefeated except for Lubbock Estacado.
And all looking very impressive. Amarillo, the Golden Sandies, they're up right now over Wichita Falls Ryder. Really good run offense out there. Wolfforth Friendship, they're winning as well, also turning to the ground game. Canaan Randall, maybe the lone squad up here that likes to chuck it around outside of Caprock. They're 2-0. Caprock won last night, obviously. They're up to 3-0. And then Lubbock Estacado, they lost to Caprock last night. They come in at 2-1, but I still think they're in the top 5 top teams in the Panhandle.
Hey, Amarillo at Wichita Falls Ryder. Great matchup. The Rojo down by 7 right now to Amarillo 14-7.
And that Amarillo ground game and defense is a perfect combination for a coach like Mel Maxfield. And actually, I tell you what, this guy has kind of gotten overlooked a lot, Jeff, in his career, but he's had a really good one. 192, 90-1 for his career, and that's in 26 seasons as a head coach, not all of them at Amarillo. 5 seasons below 500, and that entire 26-year span, 7 of those were double-digit win seasons, and he's been to a title game appearance when he was with Forney. He was also at Burleson as well. So not a coach that gets talked about, I think, all the time, but definitely a guy who should. Really talented coach.
How about El Paso America set Lubbock Monterey? Look at this, 27-23 final.
That was an early result today, and the Monterey run game, I think, kind of paced this game. And, Monterey, I think, has gotten lumped in with a lot of the other Lubbock schools, which are still kind of finding their way, like Lubbock and Coronado. But Monterey's really been the one that's looked good in the big school ranks the past couple years, and they beat a pretty salty America squad earlier.
Levelland at Muleshoe. Of course, Muleshoe up now 28-6 in the second quarter.
I can't be too surprised because Muleshoe's offense is just blowing everyone away so far. They are 1-1 in the season, but they've scored over 100 points already in 2 games. That's an average of 50 points plus per game. That's pretty good.
How about Littlefield at Idalou? Idalou up now 14-7 at the half.
Well, part of that 14 came on a defensive score because Littlefield was driving with a chance to go up 14-7. Ball pops out, Idalou returns it, 14-point swing, and you can't do that against a defense as good as Idalou. And what they've really done is they've done a great job keying in on Littlefield running back to Madrick Moore, who was a freshman last year, now a sophomore. You can see what he did last year, 1,300 rushing yards and 12 scores. That's pretty ridiculous as a freshman. Now he's a top 20 sophomore in Texas. Cat's out of the bag, though, now. He had a good week 0, but last week only 10 rushes, 29 yards, because well, pretty much everyone's throwing the kitchen sink at him now. They want to slow him down and make Littlefield beat you in another way.
How about some rivalry games? Lubbock Cooper at Lubbock High, 14-13 right now. And George Watson standing by via Skype with Lubbock on top. George, how's this game been?
Well, it's kind of been back and forth, guys, right now. It's been a bit of a shootout right now. Lubbock Cooper just missed a 2-point conversion. So right now it's 21-19 Lubbock High with about 7:17 left. It's been a back and forth shootout, really. The difference is a 65-yard fumble return by Aaron Lopez for Lubbock High. Outside of that, Cooper's really kind of controlled things, but both teams are throwing the ball really well, and it's been kind of a shootout out here tonight.
Well, I think Lubbock owed it to you, George, after last week when you had that something to little snoozer. It was a pretty low-scoring affair you were at last week. But
did you get a touchdown at all that night, by the way?
I think he got a field goal. But, George, a two-tiered question real quick. Who's better between Cooper and Estacado, your two 3A Panhandle teams, and do you think either, or both for that matter, could be in the top 5 teams in the Panhandle overall?
Well, I think both of them probably are top 5 in the Panhandle right now. Right now, I probably have to give the edge to Cooper just because they're a little bit more experienced. Lubbock High is playing a lot of young kids, and that kind of showed against Caprock last night. They really did a poor job in trying to tackle Addison Bustos from Caprock. He went off for 392 yards, a couple touchdowns. So they're having to learn right now. Cooper's a little bit more seasoned, a little bit more experienced, and so I'd give the edge to them right now.
All righty, George Watson, we do appreciate it. Good stuff as always. And again, Lubbock High winning right now. And good action out there. Thank you, George. Appreciate it. All right, so let's recap this game right here in case you're just joining us. It is halftime, about to start the third quarter. This has been a great game. Back and forth, these two teams have been going at it all night long. And there is the Bulldogs getting on top from McAllen. They had the early lead, 7-0, but back comes Nicky Rowe. Look at the pass play. Is that fantastic or what? Wide open down the sideline. No one's going to catch him. That's number 83. And exciting little touchdown right there by Adrian Salazar. And then back right up the gut again, another touchdown run. This one right up the gut by Ricky Rodriguez. And then here's the play in the corner of the end zone. Look at this. Up for grabs, and look who comes down with it. That is a fantastic job. That's when it helps to have those ups. Cole Yarto there with the TD. 21-14, McAllen leading Nicky Rowe.
Any prediction on the second half? Who do you think's coming out on top?
I think it'll be a little more offense, and who knows, maybe the defenses will get it going in the fourth quarter. Did I get out of that one or
One
what?
day I am going to pin you down on a prediction. I swear I will.
Let's send it down to Angela on the field here with more. Angela?
Thanks, guys. Well, we're seeing a little bit of bad weather and lightning to the south. That is not putting off the Nicky Rowe student section. You can see they're going crazy behind me. This crowd is amazing. These students are awesome. They're having so much fun. It's halftime right now. The Bulldogs lead 21-14. We'll have more from McAllen when Fox Football Friday returns after this.
I need to circle my players on the roster.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm trying to figure out where they are. There's like 100 numbers here.
Whoa. Pflugerville is just pummeling San Antonio Reagan.
Wow.
27-0. Ouch. Backhanded smack. Ah, yes. East Tejas.
Should have said I expect a big second half from Boone Rains.
Oh, man, that breeze. Oh, feels like a little kiss of heaven, doesn't it? No, it feels awesome.
It's a little humid.
What?
It is.
Dude, you're from Houston. This is not humid at all. This is great. Okay, Marshall Longview is in a long rain delay, and they were supposed to kick off at 9. Okay.
But there are
It was supposed to kick off at 9, but I think they're still in flux over that. You do have radio on Tyler Lee?
A dual threat thrower runner like Greg Ward, John Tyler's senior quarterback.
So we're going to do Tyler Lee, but nothing on Longview, Marshall, right?
Yeah, I'm getting him.
Welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. We're here in McAllen. Great game here, 21-14. The Bulldogs of McAllen High leading the Warriors of Rowe 21-14 as we are getting ready to start the third quarter. That is Nikki Rowe right there in the green and white uniforms with the gold trim. All right, Jeff Power, Travis Stewart with you here, and much to get to in that East Texas region. Let's start with John Tyler, still your number one team in that area?
Well, it's pretty close between them and Longview right now. I mean, we're talking a cat's whisker really between the two of them. They both got obviously a lot going for them and a lot of talent on the field. White House at 2-0, Kilgore's at 2-0, Tyler Lee at 0-2, Jeff.
Hey, what do you say we take a quick let's check in real quick with the head coach of Nikki Rowe. Let's check in with Angela, and we'll come right back to East Texas. Angela?
Thanks, Jeff. Well, as you said, I am with Nikki Rowe head coach Paul Reyes. Coach, tough that the Bulldogs scored at the end of the half there, but your team really played well. What'd you tell them in the locker room to keep their heads up?
Well, we're making too many mistakes, too many mental errors. We should have had a first down. We gave them back the ball because of a penalty, and we got to limit that in the second half.
And your quarterback, Javi Obregon, he looks pretty good. What'd you tell him?
Well, I told him just keep playing. We're going to be fine. We know what we're going to look at, and we'll be okay in the second half.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck in this half. Back to you guys.
All right, and we obviously saw the Rowe offense on that first touchdown, Jeff. It's like we said, they rolled Obregon out. He tucks that ball. When you tuck that ball, defenders run in. Well, then he pulls back and he throws a touchdown. So Paul Reyes obviously not happy. No coach is ever happy coming out of halftime, but I thought they played pretty well.
All right, let's go back out to East Texas now and kind of break down this top five we were talking about.
Well, John Tyler, obviously they've got a loss to Lancaster. Longview's got a loss to Campbell. Neither of those two schools are in East Texas, so I feel okay kind of keeping them at the top of the rankings. Tyler Lee is creeping around at the fifth spot because I still think they've got a lot of talent. If they beat John Tyler tonight, which they very well could, well, then this all goes to mess. It all goes a little bit haywire.
Hey, games we're watching out for, Marshall at Longview. Got an update on this one?
Well, sort of, kind of, maybe. I mean, they're in rain delay. They've pushed the time back a couple times. The most recent release was that they were going to try and kick off at 9. I think there was originally some talk they may just cancel it. But I think they still want to try and kick off at 9. It'll be a late one tonight if they do. And I tell you what, it would be a crying shame, no pun intended, crying, rain, whatever, if they had to cancel it, because it really is, I think, the best rivalry in the state. Let's take a look at some of the numbers behind the Longview-Marshall rivalry. They've met 101 times. Wow. Longview leads the series 55, 41, and 5. Longview has won 11 straight, but I still think it's a good rivalry. We actually named this the top high school rivalry in the state back in 2009. And actually, Maxim Magazine gave it the 14th best overall sports rivalry in the country, if you can believe that. So they think a lot of it. So do we. I hope they get a chance to kick the ball off tonight. It's a good game.
Hey, speaking of rivalries, how about John Tyler at Tyler Lee? This is another great rivalry.
Well, John Tyler quarterback Greg Ward may have messed up his ankle a little bit in the first half, but it looks like he's going to play in the second. Let's shift down and get a little bit of the radio broadcast. They can tell you what's happening better than we can.
First possession, third quarter. They're down 7-0. Wilkerson comes to the near side along with DeAndre Allen. Red Raiders have Weeks the tight end, and they go with a two-back shotgun far hash. Shotgun snap, looking, dumping upfield. The ball tipped at the line of scrimmage by John Tyler, and the Red Raiders are lucky it wasn't picked off. Not sure who got their hand on that. Might have been Starling. but the closest guy was Cavante Jefferson, a John Tyler defensive end, and it's 3rd and 13. Boy, what a big difference. Instead of having the ball deep in JT territory, now it's 3rd and 13.
Yeah, and, you know, John Tyler had a lot of penalties in the first half, 7 for 50 yards, but that was a big one against Robert E. Lee, and both teams having their share of penalties so far.
All right, 3rd and 13. And under center poster, 2 receivers to the near side. Red Raiders go left to right here in the 3rd. High formation backfield, rollout again. Looking, poster, throws on the run upfield, and it's incomplete. This is nothing. I think Chris Perry had a good point. This looks nothing like what Lee's been doing the first 2 ball games. This looks like last year. A lot of rollout passes. Really not moving the ball upfield, and I'm not sure why.
Well, that's exactly what I was about to say. It looks a lot like last year's Lee offense in the first 2 games of this year. Again, they're not able to complete it.
All righty, I could listen to Bill Coates over there at KTBB Radio all night. You know, when you go through East Texas, you'll hear a lot of high school football on FM radio. That's what I love out there, that nice, clear sound. All right, how about Jacksonville at Gilmer? Jacksonville up big right now, 19-7 at the half.
A little bit of surprise here. Now, I know Jacksonville beat Carthage earlier in the season, so they obviously showed they've got some fangs, but coming out and beating Gilmer, too, well, that proves that this Jacksonville team is pretty legitimate. Gilmer quarterback Tanner Barr, I thought was the best player on the field, but heck, it may be Jacksonville's guys right now. They're playing a great ball game tonight.
Yeah, so Jacksonville up 19-7. Carthage at Chapel Hill. Carthage up right now 24-6. This game at halftime in East Texas.
Well, I tell you what, Carthage has a big-time offense out there between running back Tevin Pipkin and quarterback Blake Bogenschutz, and you knew that points were going to be on the board for them. And Chapel Hill is, honestly, they're just trying to find some consistencies. They only brought back like 3 or 4 starters from last year. There's a lot of pressure on running back Joseph Clark right now. It's probably going to take them another couple weeks before they really feel confident about what the game plan is, I think.
Okay, ARP at Elysian Fields. Right now, ARP up 12-7 in the second quarter.
Probably because Michael Roberson, their versatile athletes, had a heck of a ball game and a heck of a season so far, really. But Elysian Fields, Jeff, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a team with more veteran starters in the state, so you know they can come back. Let's actually look at those numbers. Elysian Fields, Jeff, they returned 21 starters this year. The max you can bring back is 22.
No kidding.
There's only 4 teams in Texas that bring back 21. Them, Houston Sterling, Colmsdale, and Celeste all bring back 21. And there's 5 schools tied with 20. But when it comes to veteran presence, Elysian Fields leading the pack, buddy.
You got to feel good when you're bringing back something like 20 starters.
And in Class 2A, I mean, that's
kidding.
the difference between maybe 5 wins and 12 when you've got that many kids that played a little bit the past couple years. I mean, experienced kids in small schools are hard to come by. They really are. And even though Elysian Fields lost their great defensive tackle, Isaiah Golden, to Carthage in the offseason, they've still got enough veteran skilled presence out there. They can be a real playoff power, I think, in 2A, and they may be a dark horse to get into a state semifinal.
Okay, good stuff. Hey, you know, the Coastal Bend is going to be coming up next. That's just about 3 hours north of here. But let's check in with Angela real quick and get an update behind us. Angela?
Hey, Jeff. Well, the Bulldogs came out and scored quickly. There was a long rush by the quarterback on the quarterback keep, number 11, Fred Over. This long touchdown run by him. Bulldogs score. They missed the extra point. Wide right. They now lead 27-14. Back to you.
What a nice run right there by Fred Hover. Good job. 27-14. As Angela mentioned, they did miss the extra point there, but McAllen, a little bit of breathing room now.
A little bit of breathing room, but it's still only a 13-point game. Yeah. If you're Rowe, you know you've got a lot of opportunities to throw the football out there. You saw a lot of success there early in the first half, especially on the deep ball. The only problem is some of the success on those deep throws came because they were good run fakes and they were running the ball effectively. When you're down by 13 in the second half, defense really not worried about you running the ball as much. They may be playing for the pass. Life gets a little tougher for Javi Obregon, the quarterback for Rowe. We're going to find out what the kid's made of here in the next 23 minutes.
Plus, you know, the wind has been kind of picking up here, and I'm sure it'll just get a little bit, the winds will increase here in the second half as well. All right, Coastal Bend coming up next. Speaking of the Windy City area, we'll go down to Corpus Christi. Fox Football Friday continues from here in McAllen.
time frame. I mean, it's crazy how successful they've been.
Yeah,
really against Corpus Christi team.
Eric.
Football Friday Blitz is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club. In spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today.
All right, welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. I'm Jeff Power. He's Travis Stewart, Angela Heyman down on the field. What do you say we talk a little bit about this game going on right here behind us? It's just been back and forth. We take a little break, and another touchdown happens. Let's bring Angela Heyman into the mix here with us, and let's talk about what just happened and talk to you a little bit about the game. Angela, what are you seeing?
Well, Jeff, Rowe just scored on a 42-yard touchdown pass to Eric Perez. Great play. They capitalized with the extra point. I mean, man, they don't waste any time. They come out just scoring, and now the Bulldogs are only up 27-21. That mixed extra point that was wide right after that last touchdown, that could really come back to hurt them. You never know.
We're only 1 minute and 9 seconds into the start of this third quarter, and both teams have already scored. Angela, one more quick question for you. What's the atmosphere like down here on the field? I mean, the crowd seems pumped up. I know there's been some changes in the weather and all, but everyone seems really fired up, and everyone's back in their seats.
Absolutely. The crowd is fired up. You saw at halftime, I was with the Rowe student body. They're our Academy team behind the team for the week. I see why they're loud. They have this really cool chant that they do. You saw the Tomahawk chant. They also have a little thing that all the students do. They call it the Rowe wave, where they all kind of get into it, do a big wave like you see in a stadium, just the student section. It's pretty awesome. And of course, the Mac High side, they're loud too. They're excited. Their team is winning right now, and they're definitely behind them, pulling for them.
Okay, Angela, appreciate that. You know, this stadium was built in 1976, McAllen Veterans Memorial Stadium, kind of the old school look here. Do you know, back in the 80s, they used to have the Palm Bowl here. This was a Division II title game. Teams like Texas A&M Kingsville used to come down here and play all the time. Texas State Bobcats, of course, they were the Southwest Texas State Bobcats back then. But very interesting stuff. Even there was a game between the San Antonio Gunslingers and the Houston Gamblers of the old USFL.
Oh, wow.
Jim Kelly played quarterback for the Gamblers, and that game was played right here. They always get great crowds down here in the Valley, and it's just always so electric, and it's fantastic to be down here with them.
Well, you know, as far as the game goes, you know, we were just talking, obviously, about that 13-point deficit and what they may do. Well, this is me balling up everything I just said and throwing that away, because now that they get back in the ballgame with that long touchdown, it's a one-possession game again. Now it opens up the run for you again. The McAllen defense has to play both. They have to play both sides of the offense, and what you saw in that touchdown pass there was McAllen was kind of sitting in the zone. Rowe strikes, and all of a sudden the Rowe Crazies are back into it again, the big tomahawk chop, and a lot of neon green out there.
Yeah, good stuff. Okay, so a lot of offense, much like what we had last week when Temple and Westlake were doing battle. I think we just got another touchdown.
Man, I tell you what, we're going to be exhausted to turn into last week again.
All right, let's go to the Coastal Bend. We'll come back to this in a moment. Cal Allen, probably the top team in the Coastal Bend, but Calhoun's right there with them.
Yeah, it's tough to argue with either of those two teams' spot. Cal Allen's played a couple teams in the Valley and beaten them both. Port Lavaca Calhoun's been impressive so far, despite graduating most of their talent in the offseason. Gregory Portland hanging right in there with a good running game all their own. We'll talk about that in a minute. Flower Bluff at 2-0, and then how about Corpus Christi Ray? Maybe a team that falls through the cracks in Corpus Christi a lot, but not this year, off to a 2-0 start. I think they may be a top 5 team down there.
Let's talk a little bit more about this Cal Allen team.
Whoa.
They're trailing right now 10-7 to Flower Bluff. I mean, I know you didn't see this one coming.
Nah, well, I guess gave myself away there a second ago, didn't I? Well, I mean, the Cal Allen offense, they really rely on that great defense. They like to slow teams down, you know, grind them up a little bit, maybe win 28-12 or 29-13, odd scores. That's just kind of the way that Phil Danaher team works. But being down in the third quarter is not part of their game plan. It's not part of anybody's. But, for example, a team like McAllen Rowe, they throw the ball so well, they're a little more accustomed and capable of handling that. For Cal Allen, it's a little stiffer road.
And, you know, Coach Danaher is now the winningest active coach with the retirement, of course, of G.A. Moore. And he says that, you know, the Wildcats could overcome some some experience this year, and they could be led by a strong junior class. But let's break down Calallen, the fact that they just don't lose very often.
Well, I mean, a lot of those wins on Coach Danaher's resume have come against Corpus Christi teams. I mean, look how successful they've been. Sure, they lost in 2010. Sure, they lost in 11 and 9 and 8. But during those 4 losses, they won 24 games against Corpus Christi teams. When it comes to regional dominance, I mean, Danaher and Calallen's kind of written the book.
Sure. Well, and plus, they were 13-2 last year, went really far in the playoffs, Division II. They're one of the top teams in Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine.
Oh, yeah.
I know you love them, and that's a great squad. I've been covering that team for 22 years.
Look at you, name dropping. A couple other big games in the Corpus Christi area, Gulf Coast, Coastal Bend, no matter what you want to call it. Refugio at Lago Vista, we talked about that one a little bit earlier. That Refugio Bobcat offense, woos, it just goes. That offense puts up a lot of points, but the Lago Vista defense is giving them everything they can handle. 21-6 right now. This one's probably right in halftime at this point in time, but if you can hold Refugio to 21 points in the first half, that's actually kind of a win, I think.
That's a great game. I like what I see in Lago Vista, too. Beeville Jones at Cuero. Right now, Jones up 28-13 at the half.
Another really good Corpus Christi area team is Beeville Jones. They've been around for a while. There's also a 4A, 3A game, however, so if Jones wins, which they'd be expected to be, I don't know how much that means, but if you're Cuero, you're looking to try and spring an upset here.
Okay, Corpus Christi West Oso at Miller, and Miller up right now 28-13.
Speaking of upsets, I think a lot of people, myself included, that's pretty much what a lot of people means. That means me, I guess, huh? A lot of people thought West Oso was going to come out and get a win tonight, but Miller playing the better brand of football so far, and West Oso runs the ball so much, it's going to be a tougher second half if they can't get another score in here before halftime.
Yeah, the purple and gold Bucks. How about Somerset at Calhoun? This is a Calhoun team that they look a lot like they did last year.
The Sand Crabs scuttering along, but not sideways. They're moving north and south, and they're up 35-6 right now. No surprise with that powerful triple option offense. If Calallen loses tonight, which they very may well, I think Calhoun is a slam dunk #1, not only in the region, but they should be highly ranked in the state. They're as good as it gets with Richard Whitaker at coach.
Let's talk more about this Coastal Bend. Some of the top running backs that come out of here. Let's start off with Calhoun.
Well, we gave San Antonio a lot of love for great running backs earlier, but how about the Coastal Bend? Move about 2 hours southeast there. You got a lot of good kids there, too. Jacorius Williams at Port Lavaca Calhoun, one of about, 16, 17 kids that carry the ball, it feels like, out there. Devin Bisbee, though, at Gregory Portland may be the best of the bunch. I mean, he's a dynamo in the backfield. Justin Perez at West Oso, we just mentioned them and how well they run the ball. Luis Lopez at San Diego is quite good. And then Chase Wetzel at Refugio, if the names sound familiar, it should, because Shiloh, his older brother, was a star running back for him last year and played in the THSCA All-Star game a couple months ago. So that Wetzel family, they are pretty talented.
No kidding. Well, I'll tell you what, the El Paso area is next, but let's check back in with Angela and get an update behind us. Angela?
Well, Travis and Jeb, as you know, we've been watching the radar all day. Earlier when we were getting set up, we had a lot of rain, and we've been prepared for it. You guys are over at your set right now, but we have this whole other set underneath the stadium ready that if it starts raining, you guys are moving over here. And guess what? I'm staying on the field, and I'm going to get wet, but you guys will be dry. No rain yet. There's lightning still, though, and there's a storm south of us, so you never know. You may have to move over here.
Okay, Angela, appreciate that. By the way, there's a jacket in the trailer. Just wanted to let you know that in case you need it. All right, Fox Football Friday will continue from down here in McAllen. We'll talk about El Paso when we return. I just got some Westlake highlights. We need to get this Lake Travis game. They're losing, and I think I've got some highlights here now finally.
Who are they coming in from?
Brent Nordling. He had to go to McDonald's.
Let's go Westlake first. No.
Let me get it. I'll get it. It should be, what, 10-7 only? It's so, I mean, that's the first I've seen of a score, but let me double check. Yeah, I've got here Westlake 10-7. I just sent Scott a couple of more updates, by the way, in case. All right, so we want to do highlights, go to the Academy Sports Desk, and then bring it back to El Paso? Okay.
Do we have Do we have Joe Fan coming with us in this segment? Hey, Jeff, I don't know if this is doable for next week, but we can never see Rick Renner's stuff on our monitor. It'd be great if we could see the actual highlights they show and stuff. Is that possible or impossible for next week? Never mind. We'll talk about it later.
Fox Football Friday, it's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Before we send you to our Fox studio break, let's get you a quick highlight. We are here in McAllen, by the way. It's 27-21, the Bulldogs leading the Warriors of Rowe. But some upsets brewing right now. Let's check out this game going on in College Station. Westlake taking on A&M Consolidated. A&M Consolidated led this game only 7-3 at the half, but Westlake has battled back. This touchdown right here up the gut makes it 10-7. So Westlake on top on the road, trying to bounce back after that loss to Temple last week. Of course, they beat Cedar Park in week 1, so Westlake trying to go to 2-1. How about the DFW area? Another upset possibly brewing here.
That's right, between Dallas Kimball and Lancaster. That is Lancaster right there on the zone read. Quarterback DeMarcus Ayers gets a big run into the end zone. Lancaster trying to stretch its lead out that they had in the first half. They're a little pitch right up the middle. That will be another score for Lancaster. Remember the team that beat John Tyler last week? Kimball got a touchdown run at Terry and Gibson, but the PAT was no good. And penalties have hurt Kimball tonight badly, and Lancaster still leads this one 14-6.
And I can also tell you that right now Westwood is leading Lake Travis at halftime, 17-16. We'll have highlights of that one just a little bit later on tonight. All right, the Academy Sports Desk break is now. Rick Renner is with you. Rick, did you bring your comb tonight? That's what I want to know. Is the hair looking good?
And you know, you got to do that when you got upsets because your hair is like hair raising tonight. Let's talk Jeff Dubs. Huge game Saturday at Kincaid Stadium with Cedar Hill against Sunshine State Power Booker T. Washington from Miami, and Trinity plays DeSoto. But tonight, Cowboys Stadium is center stage for Temple in South Lake Carroll. Temple is 2-0 for the first time in 9 years. That's Kenny Hill. He's going to go 49 yards for the touchdown early on in this one, and the Carroll Dragons are up 7-0 early on at Cowboys Stadium. Then, doing his best Colin Klein impersonation, he gets in. Dragons in control of this one, 24-0 at halftime on Temple. Then, over in Arlington, you guys have been talking about it. Skyline in trouble. Tony James to Jordan Birthday. He gets in, and they get a big penalty because of the celebration being too much here. Bowie would miss the extra point because it ended up being like 48 yards from all that celebration. 6-0. Then third and goal here. James to Birthday again, a 9-yard touchdown hookup. And right now, Bowie is shocking Skyline 24-16. Now, you mentioned the Lake Travis game where they're losing by 1 to Round Rock Westwood. We could have a number 1 and a number 2 go down in Class 5A tonight. Let's bring in Kami, one of the great Hot Sports Southwest girls. You've been monitoring everything on Twitter tonight. What's going down? Your mom embarrasses you all the time. You know it. Thing about Allen, they have like 900 members of cheerleaders, band, and all that stuff. It's amazing they can get all those people into that venue. Oh, they got that new venue that's so big. What about you, though? You were a cheerleader, Flower Mount Marcus, right? Yeah, with the Dallas Stars, with the Ice Girls. Well, now, how do people get their pictures in? Great stuff, Jamie. Always appreciate it. Social media is definitely a big part of what we do here at Fox Sports Southwest, but we need you to make it happen. We're the forefront of it. The Fox Sports Southwest girls, well, they have about 2, maybe 3 million more followers than Steph Power and Travis Stewart. And with that, I kick it back to our Valley boys. Take it away, guys.
All righty, thanks a lot, Rick. How many do you have?
I don't know. Not as many as apparently they have, for goodness sakes.
All right, 3 million.
Yeah, 3 million is what you got.
All right, El Paso. Let's check in with the top 5 so far in the El Paso region. A lot of good teams out there, and they're not having any weather issues out there, I don't believe, and they're off. Last week they did, but not this week.
Let's actually take a look at this district opening up 2-4A. It's the only El Paso district kicking off district play tonight. Horizon is taking on Del Valle. El Paso Eastlake, that's the new El Paso school. They've got Riverside on the schedule. Hanks looks at San Elizario. Hanks up big in that one right now. And Parkland draws El Paso Isleta. Canotillo is on a bye.
All right, so that regional top 5 led by Montwood, and there's Franklin number 2.
Montwood's actually taking on Smithson Valley tonight, and
that's good.
Montwood had a lead early on, but Smithson Valley's starting to stretch its legs a little bit, and it looks like they may put Montwood away, and if not for a furious second-half rally. Franklin comes in at 2-0. Americas, they're 1-1. Remember, they lost actually to Lubbock Monterey recently. El Dorado is at 2-0, and then El Paso Burgess with the great Aaron Jones at running back is 1-1.
How about Coronado at Chapin? This might be one of the best games in the entire El Paso region, and that's a game that I know Joe Fan is at, but look at that score, 21-7 right now, Chapin leading Coronado.
Exactly. Not a surprise that Chapin's winning. We knew Coronado was going through some changes after Dom Brooks, the coach, left in the offseason. Joe Fan, we're going to bring you on now. Got a quick question for you. Just how good has Chapin looked tonight in this 21-7 lead for them?
Yeah, the surprising thing about Chapin right now, guys, is the fact that most of it has been run on the ground by Chapin as far as running plays goes. And normally they pass the ball, but Seth Gonzalez has been handing the ball off, and that's why they've been able to get 3 touchdowns. And they scored one to start off the opening of this third quarter to lead 21-7.
All right, Joe, we do appreciate that. We'll check back with you later. So 21-7 right now, Chapin leading Coronado. Some other big games out in the El Paso area. El Dorado at Wolfworth Friendship. Interesting matchup there, 17-10 right now at the half. Friendship on top.
Look at El Dorado giving Friendship everything it can handle right now. 17-10, as you said, at halftime. And Friendship's offense has a little bit of work to do if they want to be a panhandle contender through the rest of the year.
Franklin on top of Andrus there, 21-3. That game moving into the third quarter.
Well, we just talked about Coronado moving on from Coach Don Brooks. Andrus in more or less the same situation with Alan Sepkowitz. But Franklin, maybe, as we said, the second best overall team in El Paso. Heck, could be the top team in El Paso. Not sure yet. Won't know until they play Montwood.
How about Del Valle at Horizon?
That's weird.
7-2. They're trailing right now to Clint Horizon.
Also known as the worst hand in poker, 7-2. But right now not playing out well for Del Valle. But Clint Horizon, an unusual display of defense, which is not something El Paso is typically known for.
It's Del Valle in El Paso, but it's Del Valle if you're in the Austin area.
So weird.
Clint Mountain View at Bowie, 14-0 Bowie on top.
Well, El Paso Bowie's been a team that's made a nice bounce back over the past couple years. Looks like they got Mountain View on the ropes. See if they can finish them off in the second half.
Okay, so let's just do the pick of the litter here, if you will. El Paso definitely got some great quarterbacks, no doubt.
You know what? They've had a bunch of them over the past couple years, but this is an especially good crop. A lot of young ones, too. Cameron Candelaria from El Paso Franklin's been a big part of their early success. Eastwood's got Austin Adams. Andrus has Ryan Metz. Hanks has Emilio, a really good kid as well. List goes on and on. We could do this forever. Good quarterbacks in Sun City out there.
Okay, we're going to go out to the Hill Country next. Upsets brewing, Fox Football Friday from McAllen. We'll be right back to update this one as well. We'll see you in a moment. Let me see.
All right, well, I told him explicitly, we're sending a guy there. And Dale called me back and says, oh, well, Matt says he wants to send a guy there. So that's fine, but we're still sending our guy. So, because I told him to go to I told them to go to South Grand Prairie, Arlington, Martin, and they agreed. And then I thought they came back to me trying to get me to bluff out of it, essentially, to take the game they wanted when I already had it. I said, nope, that's what we're doing. So I like Matt, but I'm not going to let him push me around and where we're sitting our guys.
Hey, I have did you see the 2 updates we got from the Westlake game? Is that what y'all are seeing? 2 of them? I'm kind of unclear on the score. I think Martin gave me the wrong score. What do you have on A&M Consolidated Westlake? Do you have anything on that?
No. I've not seen anything on that.
This is saying A&M 14-3, but I don't think that's right.
My internet's totally messed up.
All right, welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. We are here at Memorial Stadium in McAllen. Great game going on between Nicky Rowe and McAllen High, and Mick High right now up, well, 33-21. Let's go ahead and roll you some quick highlights here and show you what's happened up to this point. Interesting action here. Check out the run. 4th and long play here. Way to use the feet all the way inside the 5. That's Fred Hover. And then here's the touchdown run right up the gut. That is Garrett Thomas getting in. He's a senior, plays tight end normally, 6'3", 197, and he powers it in. And right now, look at that, 33-21, McAllen leading Rowe.
With about 16 minutes left to play, that's a lot of pressure on Rowe because you know you're probably not going to get more than 3 or 4 possessions left in this game. You're going to have to take advantage of them.
Okay. All right, let's break down this regional top 5. Now, Lake Travis, we already talked about this earlier. They're in a little bit of trouble tonight. Clearly the top team, but I tell you, we are now seeing why Westwood is your number 2 team.
Is ranked number 2, exactly. Westwood on a steady development path, getting better every year, and Bear Finnemore, their new quarterback, looks pretty sharp. Westlake comes in at number 3. They are actually winning 17-14 over A&M Consolidated at the start of the 4th quarter. Leander coming up at 2-0. Pflugerville at 2-0. They come in at number 5.
All right, yeah, so there you go. And that Lake Travis-Westwood game, we're going to have highlights here in just a bit, but why don't we take a quick listen in on what's going on over here at Reeves Athletic Complex.
Why it would come back, because there was nobody really around on the side. And this is what I don't like. The action is on the far side of the field. This is a collision sport. Guys are going to be back and forth. This is a tight game. And there's no, it's not even close to the point of action to make that type of call. It's going to be a spot foul, which will be a first down even if you move the ball back 10 yards. But, Mark, that's not even close to where the point of attack was for Zach Austin. It's 25.
Block in the back.
It's 25 yards away from the action.
Block in the back is a block in the back. You know?
Well, we're running down. You know what I'm saying?
It
doesn't affect the play. I mean, it's still a first down for Lake Travis, but it doesn't affect the play.
Midway point, 3rd quarter. Cavaliers down 24-16. And it's 1st and 10 from the 47 of Westwood. Mayfield looking to throw. Sets. Fires out left. Man wide open at the 40. Now to the 35. And Joyner scoots out of bounds after another first down. Gain of 14 on the play. Sean Hoferkamp this time pushes them out of bounds.
All right, that's Mark Honig on the call there, 104.9 The Horn. Lake Travis right now trailing Westwood 24-16. We'll keep you up to date on this one. Highlights will be coming in pretty soon on this one as well.
Well, I think actually Lake Travis just scored. It's Baker Mayfield on a 26-yard strike. That still leaves Westwood up 24-2 after a 2-point conversion was no good. Just a couple minutes left. Actually,
24-23?
I believe it's 24-22. Yeah. They were going for 2 to try and tie it up and did not get it. So 24-22 is what I'm seeing right now.
Wow, that is the 5-time defending state champions, Lake Travis, on the ropes right now over at Reeves Athletic Complex. Other games, well, let's talk a little bit more about that Cavalier attitude for Baker Mayfield.
Well, I mean, that's why they have a chance to come back and win this game is because of all this offense they've got on the field. Baker Mayfield through the first 2 games, more than 600 yards passing and 8 scores. Zach Austin, the wide receiver, had 4 touchdowns the first week. He got another another one the week after. A lot of big town out there at Lake Travis.
Okay, more on Lake Travis in a bit. Westlake at A&M Consolidated. Another interesting game. Let's take a listen in. Legacy Sports Network right now, and also some highlights for you. Westlake has now moved ahead 17-14. Here are the Tigers. A&M Consolidated with the ball. The deep pass.
Beautiful
all the
throw.
way downfield. Can we keep the feet in? Touchdown. Fantastic job. And let's go ahead and take a listen to the radio and get an update here through the Legacy Sports Network.
Followed by a 30-yard pickup on the flanker screen, and a snap by Jalen. Assumingly, from our vantage point, was going to be a Carson.
All right, that was Joe Taylor there on the call. Westlake leading right now over A&M Consolidated 17-14. Now, Leander Rouse is at Hayes Consolidated. Both these teams undefeated. I'm actually surprised this game is tight as it is. I thought Hayes might pull away, fairly easy in the second half, but look at Rouse hanging right with them.
Well, I think Rouse showed a lot of fight early on in the season. They showed what they're made of, but I do still think that Hayes has the best overall player on the field, and that's probably their quarterback, who's had a great start to the year.
Coach Mann doing a job at Rouse. All right, Burnett at Marble Falls. Look at that, 30-21. Marble Falls on top. Angela Hayman School looking good tonight.
A great rivalry between these two. Not one that gets talked about a lot, but these two have seen a lot of each other over the years. And Marble Falls, obviously, the new school for head coach Todd Dodge, who used to be at South Lake Carroll. I expect we're going to see a lot of points out there in a couple years.
And Elgin at Vista Ridge. Look at this, a tight game. This game being played over at Gupton Stadium. Vista Ridge undefeated at 2-0, but they've got all they can handle with Elgin right now.
I think every single one of these games we've gone through in the Hill Country was a one-possession game.
Yeah,
so if you're looking for thrillers, move down to Austin, apparently. They're full of them tonight.
Caleb Kimbrough, though, he has played quite well for Hayes Consolidated pretty much all season long. I like what he's been able to do under center for Hayes. We're going to have highlights of them a little bit later on tonight.
Well, he's obviously got a lot of talent. He's really mobile, throws the ball very well, got a pretty decent arm. He's actually got a funky throwing motion a little bit, but don't let me dissuade you. It works for him, and it's definitely worked for Hayes, even though they've only got 14 points right now.
All right, let's check in with Angela real quick. Some breaking news, I might add. Angela, what do you have?
Thanks, Jeff. Well, Rowe just had to punt the ball, and during that punt, literally a fight broke out between number 9 on Rowe. His name is Alan Orozco, and then a couple of players on the Mac High team. Not sure who got ejected from the game from Mac High. I know one player did, but Orozco on Rowe just got ejected from the game. It's getting a little tacky out here. Players are getting a little, mad, and I think that the Rowe fans are a little upset that their team is behind. A little chippy. Back to you.
All right, 33-21, and this game going on behind us here. Can't show you live highlights, but we can bring them to you pretty much right after they happen.
Hey, man, it's a rivalry game. You never want to see a kid get kicked out in a rivalry game, but sometimes emotions run a little high. And if you're Rowe, you came into this game with a little bit of a chip on your shoulder, as you heard Coach Reyes says, because no one ever picks them to win really anything. So they come with a little chip on their shoulder. It's a home game for them. All of a sudden, they're down by 2 scores. Going to get a little tense down there.
It's the city championship, first district game. Bring it on. Fox Football Friday continues from here in McAllen in just a moment.
I haven't seen any yet. I'm looking, but I can't tweet anymore tonight for the time being. Twitter locked me out because I tweeted too much in a certain time span.
No scores from these areas?
No, I'm looking.
Let me call my guy real quick out there and left him.
Said you're looking for Montgomery?
Do you have a score, Nacogdoches at Lufkin?
No, never heard of that. Wait, did you say Roma with an R? Yeah, Roma's a valley school. I'm sorry. Yes. Who did they play? Well, I don't know.
All right, welcome to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. I'm Jeff Power alongside Travis Stewart. We are here in McAllen. The wind is blowing. We've got a great game here going on. The Bulldogs up 33-21. Bulldogs of McHigh taking on Rowe.
The Warriors of Rowe.
Awesome helmets. We do appreciate the coaches bringing them out for
I like
us.
mine better.
Mine's purple. It's cool. Piney Woods, let's go. Speaking of purple, how about Lufkin? Top team, perhaps, in this regional top 5?
And they sure look like it tonight. We'll get to their score update in just a moment. Huntsville comes in at number 2, 1-1 overall. Montgomery in at 0-2, but good losses in there. Same goes for Livingston at 0-2. And then 3A Cold Spring Oakhurst in at number 5. They're still 1-1 and still look like a dangerous team in 3A.
Let's talk about that Nacogdoches at Lufkin game. Lufkin up right now 28-0 in the third quarter.
I tell you what, we're going to be with Lufkin next week when they take on Longview. And this Lufkin-Nacogdoches rivalry, I still think it's one of the best ones in Texas. It's just been pretty lopsided as of late. And believe it or not, Jeff, the last time Nacogdoches won, well, that was 1992. You know what was going on back in 1992?
Tell me.
The Cold War formally ended in 1992, believe it or not. George H. Bush declared it so.
Okay.
49er Steve Young was the NFL MVP. The original Dream Team wins a gold medal. The release of the movie Aladdin, and then Miley Cyrus is born, a personal musical favorite of yours. I knew that.
Hannah Montana.
Exactly. And the High School Sports Extra debuted, run by our very own Jeff Watson, 92.
I think I worked with him back then.
Yeah?
I did.
Really?
93, 94, 95.
Yeah, you're older than we thought,
Jeff?
huh? Goodness gracious.
He said he fired me.
Yeah. Show by myself, I guess.
All right, let's break down this Cold Spring Oakhurst, that Lamarck game. Lamarck's now in 3A, and that's a team that's having some trouble right now against Cold Spring Oakhurst.
Not a surprise, because CO really is quite good, and this is a Lamarck team that hammered Texas City a little bit last week, but Cold Spring Oakhurst is a very different kind of opponent. Much better defensive squad, I think. They're giving Lamarck everything they can handle.
And Lamarck is the #1 team in 3A, I might add.
Yes, they are.
All right, Huntsville at Montgomery. Again, we will check out Montgomery later this season, located over there near Conroe, but interesting game here.
Yeah, and if you're out in the Piney Woods area and you've got score updates for us, make sure you send them in at DCTF. Send them in with hashtag Football Friday. Go to Fox Sports Southwest and send them in there. Do everything you can to get us these scores. Piney Woods, sometimes a struggle for us. We'll get you an update on this one as soon as we have it.
Okay, same with Atlanta at center. How about Tarkenton at Hardin Jefferson?
Hey, I tell you what, Tarkenton's driving for 3-0. They're 2-0 right now, which was a massive kind of upset for them because they've been a team that struggled quite a bit. I tell you what, if you're looking for 2-0 starts, you're not going to find many for poor Tarkenton recently. Look at the numbers. The last time they started 2-0, Jeff, was 2005. The time before that was 2001. You're going all the way back to 1995 for your 5th 2-0 start for Tarkenton. Some of those seasons, like 7-3 in 2001, not too bad. They start off 3-0. There's going to be a lot of people in the Piney Woods talking about Tarkenton and the work they've been doing early on.
Okay, all right, very good. Coming up next, we are going to visit the North Texas area and bring you some highlights and scores from that area. Good one going on here. We'll talk more about this one when Fox Football Friday continues from McAllen. Highlights now. Westwood Lake Travis.
Oh, let's use those right off the bat.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Might take a minute to bring him in, though, you know. We can bring him in, Matt, to the desk, maybe. We'll probably have enough time to get it in by then, after we do the desk. He had to go to Starbucks, he said. I've actually heard from several people that it's kind of hard getting highlights from Reeves Athletic Complex. The
really?
Wi-Fi there. It's like they blocked your signal or something. Remember, Jim, we've had some trouble at that stadium. They've got those LED windows. All right, fourth quarter here, 33-21, McAllen. My Bulldog doesn't have any eyes here. I need a roster.
Man, this is so frustrating. I can't tweet anything. Dang it. Oh, Cold Spring just tied up Lamarck, 21-21.
That's an interesting game.
Wichita Falls Rider lost. Amarillo beat them. And Monday is beating Albany 55-14 in the third quarter.
What was the one you said before that?
Wichita Falls Rider lost.
Is it on here? Welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. I'm Jeff Power. He's Travis Stewart. We've got some hollering going on behind us here as McAllen is taking on Nicky Rowe, and McAllen High has been pretty much leading here in the second half. But let's find out what just happened right here. Can't show it to you live by UL rules, but of course we can bring it to you right after it happens. Here it is. Ball tipped up in the air and intercepted. Fine job right there by Nicky Rowe's Tony Garcia. Look at that, on the move. Brought down, come on. That's where I knew a flag was going to come in there.
After the play extracurriculars, that's a huge play for Rowe because it gives them an extra drive now in the fourth quarter with a little under 11 minutes to play, and they're on the McAllen side of the field. So they got a great opportunity to score and get back in this game.
Okay, 33-21 here. The Academy Sports Desk. Let's take a quick break. Check in with Rick Renner. Rick, what do you have going on up in your area?
Well, thanks, guys. One of the major themes this year on the Academy Sports Outdoor Sports Desk. Onset, Denton, Geyer, and Cedar Park were number 1 and number 2 in Class 4A at the start of the year, but they started the season combined 0-4. Tonight, we could have the top 2 teams in 5A go down. You guys have been talking about it. Let's show you highlights of the preseason number 1, South Lake Carroll and Temple at Cowboy Stadium. This one was Dungeons and Dragons. It was all South Lake Carroll. And Kenny Hill, who bust right through the side there. He'll go 49 yards to the score. That made it 7-0 South Lake Carroll. And they were green with envy. A.J. Ezard will bust up the middle to pay dirt from 5 yards out. Carroll is up 14-0. Then in the second, it's Hill again, doing his best Colin Klein impression with this 1-yard rumble into the end zone. Dragons totally in control of this one, 27-0. Now back to the upset. You guys have been monitoring it, and so are we back here in the studios. Blake Travis, the 5-time defending champ, is in trouble right now to Round Rock Westwood. It's a tight game, but think about all the games they've won in a row. They're losing by 2. And Dallas Skyline, who is the highest-ranked Texas team in the National Fox Sports X poll, they're losing to Arlington Bowie. We'll continue to monitor that one and have highlights later on. A lot of chatter about the upset. But what about all the game day picks? That I tossed over to my tag team partner, Amy of the Fox Sports Southwest Girls. Hey, Amy. Finally! Wow. It's kind of a far shot, but I'm enjoying it. Well, you know, you were a cheerleader at Flower Mound Mark, and you were a part of that whole thing. It takes a certain special person to be a mascot, doesn't it? It's so hot. You need to have a fan in one of those. I mean, it's crazy. Now tell people what they have to do to get their pictures, and we want all your game day photos to get on the air. And Amy, you've been manning this, so what do they got to do? what was your favorite story back in your days in high school at Flower Mound Marcus as far as getting ready for the games and stuff? Because I know your mom was a little bit over the top, wasn't
she? The only one out of 10 girls that couldn't tumble, and by my senior year, I had a round off section school. So it was really one of, you're just developing time. It's just cool to be able to look back and go back to high school and watch the girls and the guys just really grow and develop.
Yeah, and just want to let everybody know, too, that I've been told that Kami still fits in her cheerleading outfit. So you've been in really good shape these days. So also a Dallas Stars nice girl. All right, thank you so much, Kami. Great stuff. Make sure you watch Scoreboard Live at midnight. Kami and I will be on the postgame show with all the highlights from all over the state of Texas. But right now, we're going to send it back to the Valley, boys, and that's where we find Jeff Power and Travis Stewart. Take it away, guys.
All righty, Rick, appreciate that. That North Texas area, I tell you, the Wichita Falls Rider in trouble tonight.
Well, it's actually already nailed in the coffin. We'll get to the final score there in just a minute, but still one of the top 5 teams in the North Texas area. Let's take a look at those groups right now. Wichita Falls Riders, we said 1-1. I won't spoil it yet. Let's just say 1-1 for right now. Sherman at 2-0, but they're also on the ropes against Highland Park. Looks like they may lose that one tonight. Denton Ryan at 1-1. Denton Guyard 0-2, and Prosper at 2-0. All around, Jeff, yikes, tough night for North Texas, and really a tough season so far for a lot of these teams.
So how about Wiley East at Denton Ryan? Another close game. Denton Ryan up right now 24-17 in the third.
They actually just rattled off a pair of scores like back-to-back. Now, Wiley East is up 27-24 right near the start of the fourth quarter, so East charging back into it with those talented offensive skill players of theirs.
Okay, all right. Denton Guyard at Flower Mound Marcus.
Yeah, I haven't really seen any scores out of this one tonight, but it looks like Guyer finally getting their defense sorted out because it had been a struggle for them really over the past 2 weeks. And, Jeff, I think the struggles on defense kind of pattern the struggles across the upper echelon 4A teams as a whole so far this year. Look at Denton Guyer. They started off 0-2. They were number 1 in the preseason. Cedar Park was number 2 in the preseason. They started off 0-2. John Tyler's 1-1. They started at number 3. Highland Park started at number 4. They were on 1. And then Wichita Falls Riders is 1-1, and they started at number 7. So that's a lot of carnage for a preseason top 10 right off the bat.
Well, and Denton Guyard giving up 108 points in its first 2 games, so good to see that they've kind of bounced back. They are up right now in Flower Mound Marcus 14-7. Salina leading Liberty Christian 19-7 at the half.
Well, finally, someone can slow down these DFW area 3A private school teams about that 3A size. Looks like it's Salina. By the way, the Wichita Falls Rider game is final. They lose to Amarillo tonight. They drop to 1-2 on the season, but with a tough schedule under their ropes. Keeping on with this game, though, I like Salina to close out and win here.
Okay, and let's break down the way of the warrior, as you call it, Liberty's recent results and success.
Well, I mean, they've done so well against public school UIL teams, so it's kind of interesting if Salina goes on to win tonight. But, I mean, look at their last 5 games against UIL teams. They beat Springtown, which is a borderline 4A, 3A team. They beat Sanger. They lost to Aubrey last year, but that same year they beat Pilot Point, and then they beat Aubrey in 2010. That's a really good run of success against these upper-level DFW 3A teams. I've been saying it every week, it feels like, but these private schools are for real, Jeff.
Yeah, it's almost like you don't even want to schedule them.
Well, I mean, I think some 3As are trying to shy away from it now because it's just good teams right now, and as they get more and more athletes into those areas, it's only going to get tougher. And sooner or later, Jeff, we're going to start seeing schools like Plano Prestonwood, Argyle Liberty Christian, Trinity Christian Addison. They're going to start playing 4A teams, and then maybe one day 5A teams if they ever want to get that far.
Sure. Albany at Monday. Interesting game here, but all Monday now, 55-14.
Oh, my. That's in the third quarter, right? And I think what we're seeing is more or less an early coronation of Monday as perhaps the top overall team in 1A. They've already beaten Stanford, and D. Paul is just the quarterback at Monday is really just on another level from Monday, your average 1A player.
The best team on Friday. Vernon at Childress.
Actually, Vernon stretched their legs in this one. It's 34-0 right now, Vernon over Childress, and Vernon hasn't necessarily had a great couple years of success behind them, but so far they've had a good start to this year, and I really like the product they've rolled out in 2012.
Okay, all right, very interesting. So we've kind of alluded to it. There's been some upsets around the state of Texas. We're going to break that down when Fox Football Friday continues. Let's check in with Angela real quick and find out what's going on here in our game. Angela?
Thanks, Jeff. Mac High is going to go for it on a 4th and 1. They just called a timeout. They were going to go for it. I don't know. They may come out and decide to kick a field goal. Pretty windy right now. That may come into play if they do decide to kick a field goal. I'm actually kind of chilly. Could actually have a light jacket on. My phone says it's about 80 degrees, but I think it's cooler than that. There's actually a wind chill. We'll see what happens when they come out of the timeout.
Her phone says it's 80 degrees? Goodness gracious. Phones are smarter than we are now.
Hey, good job right there, Angela. And I do have a jacket in the car. I'll run and get it for you. Mac High leading it right now, 33-21, 7:28 to play here in the 4th quarter. All right, we're going to break down the big country and much more when Fox Football Friday continues. We're here in McAllen. We'll see you in just a moment.
Timeout or not?
I hope so. If not, that would be a costly penalty.
They did get a timeout. Well, let's go down to the sidelines where we find Lake Travis High School student Allie Simpson.
Right now, this is the time for the Cavs to show their championship pedigree. These penalties are really hurting Lake Travis. The 4th quarter will settle this game. Let's see who's going to make a play for Lake Travis.
All right, Allie. Okay, let's pose that question to you, Steve. Who is going to make the play? Who's going to step up?
Well, the guy that usually steps up is Luke Hutton, number 8. But I can tell you, if you get somebody to drive off the ball, Zach Davies, and maybe Brandon Quintero, who got that.
I just got another set of highlights from this Lake Travis game. I know we probably can't get these on, but we'll. Ouch, that hurts.
You getting all that feedback in your ears?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not just me. Good.
I have some. Now I know what happened in the Lake Travis game. That's big. I needed that.
It's like a loud popping hissing. Yeah, it's especially bad when you talk. No offense.
Hey, A&M Consolidated's up now 21-17.
Yeah, there it is.
Well, I tell you, Martin's been sending some highlights tonight. Like 10 highlights from him.
Jesus. Rowe just scored.
Welcome back to Fox Football Friday. It's The Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. I'm Jeff Power, Travis Stewart alongside, and we've got Angela Heyman on the sidelines. A lot of action going on in this game here. A lot of big upsets brewing all across the state of Texas.
Well, let's start right behind us. We just had a touchdown from McAllen. Rowe. We'll bring you the highlight there as soon as we have it queued up, but that puts Rowe back within striking distance. Actually, here it is right here. Oh, this is actually McAllen looking, and that ball
great
is,
grab.
Wow, caught. That's an incredible catch in the back of the end zone.
Yeah, that's Cole Yarto. That would be his 2nd touchdown of the night. Look at this. Does he get the feet in?
Wow.
We need one.
Ref's right on it. I mean, ref's right on top of it.
And he calls it a touchdown. Wow. So 33-27. Check that. Now it's 40 to 21. McAllen leading Rowe.
Yeah, that was a McAllen touchdown. I said that wrong. McAllen, not McAllen Rowe. So 40 to 21 right now with 5:46 left to play.
That may be
I tell you what, that could be church for Rowe.
Yeah, that was a great play right there. Okay, let's kind of talk a little bit more about the big country area. The Abilene schools really doing quite well in that big country. They kind of own that area, don't you think?
They sure do. We've actually got a couple scores to update on a few of these games. We'll get to that in a minute. Abilene's the top spot, starts off 2-0. Abilene Cooper also 2-0. San Angelo Central at 2-1 since they won last night. Stephenville still in the mix at 1-1, and Abilene Wiley comes in at 2-0, and they have a big game tonight against Graham that they were leading earlier.
All right, so Abilene at Amarillo, Tascosa. Look at this,
okay.
42-7 Abilene.
Point made, Abilene. They're off big over Tascosa. They're going to win tonight, jump up to 3-0, and really just reasserting themselves as the best overall team in the big country.
Graham at Abilene Wiley. You might want to check this out also later tonight. This is the DQ big game of the week. This can be caught at midnight tonight. But Abilene Wiley winning big, 31-7 over Graham.
Dare I say Abilene Wiley a 3A title favorite, maybe even over Stephenville right now. They've played that well, beating a bunch of good teams, and they just look like they're on a roll.
Yeah, we saw them against Argyle. They look fantastic. Brownwood at Snyder.
Man.
49-14 Brownwood over Snyder right now, final.
It's blowout central in the big country right now. No one can keep a game close, and that's a really big win for Brownwood because the start of the season had been rough and frustrating, I think, for them. But to start off and play so well against Snyder is going to do a lot for those kids' confidence.
All right, so Brownwood looking good. Wall playing Sonora tonight. Also, Abilene Christian and Rockwall Christian, a little six-man action for you. That's a low-scoring game.
I think Abilene Christian actually won that one 30-22 in overtime was your final. We've got Ken Capps joining us from site. Ken, the six-man game of the week. Ken's going to be our six-man guy this year, our six-man game of the week. What did you see out there tonight in this thrilling overtime affair?
Well, guys, I know that this is the Friday night blitz and not the Weather Channel. But last week in Abbott, it was 108 degrees at kickoff. Tonight in Rockwall, 65 degrees and pouring rain. Welcome to fall football in Texas. Abilene Christian and Rockwall Heritage are old rivals. Last year, the Big Blue from Abilene pulled it out at home 45-38.
Give us the Ken. Give us the quick final here on this game. We want to just double check who won this game. Was it Abilene Christian, 30-22?
Yes, Abilene Christian won it 30-22 in overtime, and what a thrilling game! And it was great out here in Rockwall. Still raining, guys.
One last real quick question, Ken. I know 30-22 sounds low scoring for six-man. Was it good defense, or did the elements just play haywire with the offense out there?
Well, it was defense and turnovers and the rain. And I've got some scores from around the state if you're interested. And there was some other scores, but actually where they were scoring some points. How about Zephyr 88, Dublin Premier 0, Blackwell 50, Brooksmith 0, Aspermont 49, Dock City 0, Seguin Lifegate 46, New Braunfels 0, Grand Falls Loyalty 50, the Indians of Fort Davis 0, and Dallas Academy 38, Reverse Chapel 6.
All righty, Ken.
Great night of six-man football across the state.
Good stuff, man. We appreciate it, Ken. Ken Capps with the Abilene Christian Rockwall Christian score there. All right, let's move on now for 5 for 6, as we call it.
Well, these are the top 5 teams really in Division I for six-man. I think Throckmorton at 2-0, Ira with this great Lance Morris kid out and running back, or actually quarterback now, I guess, at 2-0. Valley, also known as Turkey Valley, is in at 2-0. Rankin at 2-0, and Sterling City at 2-0. Those top 5 teams are all really good, but I think Throckmorton and Ira are your runaway favorites.
Yeah, all those teams in Greg Sherman's story earlier tonight. Now, of course, the current six-man Division II top 5.
Richland Springs,
wow.
Clearly runaway favorite
awesome,
there for 2-0. Motley County also at 2-0. Robert Lee is there at 2-0. Milford at 2-0, and Calvert at 2-0. 5 really good, really talented teams, but again here, I think Richland Springs is your runaway favorite.
Okay, all right, let's take a quick break. We'll recap what's going on behind us here. Nicky Rowe trailing right now against McAllen High. We'll talk about that and much more. Fox Football Friday, the Blitz continues.
Football Friday Blitz is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club. In spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today.
This turns, it twists.
God, Jesus Christ. I'm looking for those scores right now. New Boston is up 47-7 over Pittsburgh. I'll give you that one. Sulphur Springs is losing 35-33. So that's White House 35, Sulphur Springs 33. Man, something is up with our mics. Woo!
A&M Consolidated is up 28-17. I know that's not the area, but that game's almost final now. Over
I'm still looking, Truck. Hold on, I'm working for you. Fuck. Yeah, it's killing me.
I'm not hearing it that bad. I'm just deaf, I guess.
Here, Travis, for a second. Travis,
it's pretty bad. Ouch. It's
like feedback?
Yeah, it's really bad in my headset.
Check your cable. See if it's like unplugged partially. Welcome back to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. It's the Blitz. 10 after the hour of 10. Upsets brewing all over the state of Texas. This one almost over, 40-21 right now. But I tell you what, just as I say that, Nicky Rose scores a touchdown. That's the way high school football is. Hard to predict. All right, so we're here with McAllen at Memorial Stadium here. McAllen leading again, 40-21 over the Warriors. I believe the Warriors just got in. We'll talk about that in a moment. But let's move on to Northeast Texas, where we've got some great football going on there. Let's start with Sulphur Springs.
Well, Sulphur Springs taking on a pretty good White House team tonight, and they're locked up in an offensive shootout. We'll get you a score on that one in a minute. Mount Pleasant, they're taking on Terrell tonight, and they were up big early on. We'll talk about that one in a minute as well. Texas High clocks in at number 3 at 1-1, but they did beat hated rival Arkansas High. Paris is in at number 4. They take on Argyle tonight. And then Pittsburgh was in the number 5 spot, but they ran into a buzzsaw, New Boston. We'll get to that score here in a moment.
All right, so Sulphur Springs at White House. Again, that is a 35-33 game.
White House is actually up over 35-33
White House is actually leading
right
that
now.
one 35-33, but a great game right there. White House up by 2 points.
Next up on the list of big games, Northeast Texas, is Mount Pleasant and Terrell. We've talked a lot about Mount Pleasant so far this year because they've played so well offensively with their great quarterback, Montrevious James. And there you go. That's the resultant product, 63-33. Really talented team playing very well right now.
You talked about New Boston at Pittsburgh. Look at that. New Boston up 34-7 in the fourth.
And Pittsburgh was a team that started the season very well, but New Boston, man, they just came with bad intentions tonight. Big win for them.
So interesting games there. We're editing some highlights for you. We're going to break that down for you in just a moment here on Fox Football Friday and wrap this one up as well. We're here in McAllen, where Rowe is on the ropes, trailing right now, 40-21. We'll be right back. All right. I think they scored down there. They must have called it back.
All right, statewide scores for the rest of the night.
Okay. Hey, are you saving Lake Travis for 10:30? Is that what you're thinking, Jeff? Are you hearing that?
Yes.
Yeah. It sounds like just a bad connection or something.
I checked my cables, and I'm all good.
I would just – no, it's not
No.
cell phone. It definitely sounds like a bad connection or something.
No, it's
no.
it's a metallic buzz.
Yeah, it's zzz, you know. 35-17, A&M Consolidated over Westlake.
Checking all my connections. Yeah, I believe you. All right, this one's about to go final, Jeff. When do you want to go to Angela for the coach interview? That was last night. That was a Thursday game.
And welcome to Fox Football Friday. It's the Blitz, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. This game's actually just gone final here as McAllen taking care of business, and they defeat Nicky Rowe 40-21. Great game, though. For at least 3 quarters, it was very competitive.
Well, the Rowe offense tried to keep them in it, but McAllen just showed the more balanced product, I think. The run game was very good. The passing game was very good. The defense did very well. There was a play from this game that I'm going to make the Academy play of the night. We'll talk about that. And we get to the overtime show in about 15 more minutes.
Okay, so we're kind of breaking down the area. You should know right now that there has been some major upsets tonight. There are some upsets
brewing. Yeah.
Dallas Skyline right now, that's one team that's on the ropes, but we'll talk about that in a moment. Let's go check in with Angela now on the sidelines, and she's with our winning head coach.
Thanks, Jeff. Well, I am with Coach Harris. Coach, congratulations on the win tonight. Big win. Fred Hover, he looked amazing. I'm really impressed with him. He's just a sophomore.
He got good genes, I guess, because we haven't had him that long, and he plays like heck. He had a huge run coming out of the half. I think it went about 40 yards for a touchdown on our first drive out of the half. That set the tempo for the second half, and we didn't look back after that.
And your defense made some big stops coming down the stretch. What'd you think of that?
They did. Defense, I thought, played outstanding. You know, we had 3 busts. We had 2 in the first half, 1 in the third quarter. Other than that, I think they were flawless. We ran to the ball. We tackled well. We got things done, and I'm proud of them.
And, Coach, you know, this is huge, a district win. Your opening district game, you win. What is that going to do for you the rest of the season?
I don't know. I hope it helps us win again. No, we set goals. We won our first game. That's obviously the first goal, like everybody else. We try to win our first district game. That's our second goal. Our third goal is win a district championship. So we can still do that. So we're happy.
I know you picked your team to win a district championship. You're on your way to that. Congratulations on the win tonight, Coach.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. That was a Fred Loy Insurance quote of the night. Back to you guys.
All right, Angela, thank you very much. Thank you to having Tony Harris there with us as well. Let's go ahead and kind of recap this game and show you what happened. I mean, these are 2 teams that like to throw the ball around, good spread offenses, and they came out firing right away. Look at the pass right here. That is Fred Hover with the nice touchdown pass. And then look at the play here. Hover takes a snap, corner of the end zone, looking for his man. Look at him go up high and pull that one down. Fantastic job by Cole Yarto. You're going to hear that name a lot tonight. Here's a hookup, though, for Nicky Rowe. Eric Perez in the end zone for a touchdown. Back and forth this game would go. But, again, it's Hover, Fred Hover, using those legs. Watch him spin out of that move. Whoop, whoop. He's gone all the way into the end zone for a touchdown. That is a huge play. They would end up going for the 2 here. Another couple of points there. One of the better plays of the night, though, happened in the back part of the end zone. Check out this pass play into the corner. Fantastic job getting the feet down. Excellent there by Cole Yarto. And again, your final, McAllen over Nicky Rowe, 40-21.
Well, you know, Jeff, we spent so much time talking about those great quarterbacks on both sides of the ball, but Cole Yarto was a big target for this team all the first couple weeks of the season because of his height.
Yeah.
You know, in the Valley, there's not a lot of tall defensive backs, but Yarto's a really tall receiver. And so you knew that Hover had a pretty good sense of comfortability saying, you know what, I'm just going to trust that you're going to go get it. The kid was right there.
But the 2 plays, fantastic. You have to get those feet down. I mean, it doesn't matter how tall you are. Can you get that foot down
first,
too?
You got to stretch the hands up, bring the ball in, get the feet down, avoid the defensive back, all in the span of about, half a second. So it was a very impressive effort by Yarto.
And then to get the 1 foot down, of course, is what you need in high school football for a touchdown. So a good win, and as Angela alluded to, a district win. And get that city rivalry off to a good start, too, with a victory.
Well, district wins are crucial because, you know, when you come off non-district play, you're playing a lot of talented teams, but they don't really mean anything. And it's a sudden shift in mindset, I think, for kids to think, you know what, this game actually counts now. I really got to make sure that we can't fall behind. We can't make mental mistakes. If we don't win this game, we may very well not make the playoffs in a couple weeks. So it's a matter of kids buckling down mentally early on in the season.
Okay, let's check back in with Angela right now with more from the field. Angela?
Thanks, guys. Well, a big win for Mac High tonight. You can see all the football players, the cheerleaders celebrating together. At the end of the game, actually the crowd was chanting, "This is our house." Clearly, this is a huge win for them against a district opponent, a team that's literally just a couple miles away. So big win for Mac High tonight and a great game. Back to you, Jeff and Travis.
Okay, Angela, we do appreciate that, and I think Tony Harris, he's pretty funny, isn't he? He cracked us up at halftime.
That's stick out there. Just give him a mic on his own. We'll let him do the other sideline next week. But
and Paul Reyes actually coached on his staff for a couple years, and this is a 3-game winning streak that Rowe had snapped here today by McAllen. So a big win for McAllen.
Well, Tony Harris just, I think, knows a lot about this area, having obviously been here 17 years. I think he knows the way it all fits together. He knows what the teams are all about. He knows these coaches. And sure, it may have taken a couple years to get used to the Paul Reyes presence at Rowe, but once he got to that point, I think you saw the finished product. McAllen came in with a great defensive game plan, and as he pointedly set out, they had a couple busts early on, those 2 long touchdowns by Rowe. Other than that, they did a great job locking up the offense for Rowe. They shut down the long passes. They sunk into some zone defenses when they needed them. Overall, a very well-designed game plan, I think, from Tony Harris.
Yeah, and these two teams, they knew that weather could be a factor, but it didn't stop them from throwing the ball around. And I like what I see in the Valley. There's a lot of teams going to the spread offense.
Well, it fits their natural strengths and skills, I think. Valley teams are usually pretty quick, and their linemen aren't always big. McAllen's an exception there. They have a bunch of big linemen. But when you've got guys that are that fast and quick, shoot, spread them out. Use that to your advantage. Use all that open space and speed to really hurt some of those big power defenses. The only problem is when you get into San Antonio, you face a lot of power-running teams in the first couple rounds in the playoffs. So while you want to spread things out, San Antonio wants to pack it in. So that's why you see a lot of shootouts between those two teams, because their offensive and defensive styles, they exacerbate one or the other so greatly.
In case you're just joining us here, upsets have been kind of brewing all over the state of Texas. Couple teams on the ropes. We like to get a lot of highlights at the bottom of the hour for overtime, so stick around. We got much more to talk about here with Blitz. We'll be right back in just a few moments.
Seen it.
Quick photo? Sure, that's fine.
Take him. Go ahead.
Right here.
Okay, what do you have?
Hi, nice to meet you.
Okay,
I can hear you, Jeff.
Medina Valley. All right, Hondo, Medina Valley.
Oh, good.
Okay, Pflugerville, Reagan, and Steele, Tivy. Yeah, the Pflugerville Reagan is down in San Antonio.
Pflugerville won 34-7 over San Antonio Reagan.
There you go. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it, man. Did you get it? What was the last one you had there? Cibolo Steele?
Yeah, Steele and Tivy.
What was the final? Do we know?
Steele was pounding them pretty bad.
Okay. Did you have a final on Hondo? Was it Medina Valley?
I'm looking for that one, too.
56-17. Quickly, guys, quickly. All right, so Medina Valley and Hondo still getting. Okay.
That one was 28-14 Medina Valley.
And guys, I know y'all don't work hard.
28-14 Medina Valley.
Yes. I have not seen that anywhere.
I can maybe get that one.
Pflugerville won 34-7. Steele won
56-17.
There it is.
Hey.
Yes,
yeah, those are.
All San Antonio.
Okay. Hey, Lake Travis just took the lead, 28-24 over Westwood. Wow. They're saying that it was a crazy play. Hopefully we can get that on.
I think this is actually 19. This is 19.
Football Friday Blitz is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. And by Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club. In spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today.
All righty, welcome back to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart with you. Highlights just around the corner. Let's get to some quick scores in that San Antonio area. We just got some highlights here.
To the River City, and we will start with Medina Valley and Hondo, an interesting cross-class matchup. Medina Valley from 4A, Hondo from 3A, underneath the lights and the water tower, I might add. Deep ball there and a beautiful snag, and he breaks out of 2 tackles. I believe that is Hondo looking deep downfield. Number 9 for Hondo getting down close to the goal line, and a big old body quarterback from Hondo strolls into the end zone for the early touchdown, but it is Medina Valley that charges back, takes the lead, and finishes it up 28-14.
All right, how about Pflugerville at San Antonio Reagan? We thought this game would be close, but it was all Pflugerville as the Panthers came out firing. Of course, this game being played in the Alamo City, but look at this, right up the gut. Nice move for a touchdown. How good is Pflugerville this year?
Well, they're pretty good, Jeff. They got very good defense and a very good ground game. Very much a George Herman coach team because they're very good in those elements traditionally with him at the helm. They've got I'm not going to say a quick strike offense, but it can be productive. 34-7 Pflugerville.
Okay, Cibolo Steel and Kerrville-Tybee. This is another game that we kind of put a little spotlight on. We're thinking, okay, this could be tight, this could be close. But Cibolo Steel took it to the Antlers.
Tybee kept it pretty close early on. You can see Tybee there in the blue, Steel in the black and whites. Here's Tybee quarterback Parks McNeil buying some time, scrambling. All of a sudden he's got a seam on the outside. The Steel defense finds a way to shut it down. And when you can take away scrambling from Parks McNeil, you can limit the Tybee offense. Steel quarterback firing deep downfield, and he's got a man right down near the end zone. Steel would go on to punch that one in on the little pitch play out to Justin Stockton, who may well be the best running back now in the River City. Wow. Cibolo Steel stretches it out late, 56-17, a big victory for the Knights.
56-17. So Steel, of course, this is the team that was in the state championship game last year, and they are looking like they can get there again. All right, how about this? Well, let's head down to Laredo for some highlights.
San Antonio MacArthur, the Brahmas taking the field against one of the teams from Laredo. So you know San Antonio is going to be a heavy favorite. Quarterback dropping back from under center, scrambling, buying a little bit of time. Man over the middle. Looks like a wide open touchdown pass. And as traditionally, these San Antonio teams have beat Laredo teams, but San Antonio MacArthur, I wouldn't say they're in the top 5 in San Antonio this year, but they should still be better than the Laredo groups. But a broken tackle there on defense, but not for long. MacArthur comes and shuts it down. This is a lot of that wide open Laredo passing attack that you see now. A lot of the teams like to spread it out, use their speed and throw the football quite a bit. That's actually a lovely pass there into the back of the end zone to put them on the scoreboard, but MacArthur should still come out ahead of this one, I think. Actually, still looking for the final there. Once we have it, we'll pass it along to you.
Okay. All right, so interesting stuff down into that San Antonio area. There's also a couple of the scores we just want to kind of pass along, and we will have highlights of these in just a bit. But North Shore, what a story down there in the Houston area. Woo. They win big tonight, 62-21 over Cinco Ranch. A&M Consolidated, they knock out Westlake. This game being played over in College Station, 35-17. And I'm going to save one for you for the bottom of the hour. This is pretty good, but I'm going to hold it.
Well, I got a bunch. I got 6 or 7 here. I'll throw one out just for fun. Lufkin finishes off Nacogdoches tonight, 45-7, to keep that winning streak in the rivalry alive. That means from 1992 to 2012, Nacogdoches still looking for its first win over Lufkin.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. There you have it. So keep them scores coming in. The ticker, we've also got a lot we're going to be doing, of course, with Twitter updates. Of course, we've got overtime coming up at the bottom of the hour. And don't forget, folks, next week we're going to head down to Lufkin. We got Longview and Lufkin. That's going to be a lot of fun as well as we go out towards East Texas. But tons of highlights coming in. Travis, any last comments?
Yeah, I'm going to be looking for the final from Westwood Lake Travis here in the next 30 minutes. You don't want to miss it. Get it here.
All right, we've got coaches coming up, interviews. We've got a lot to get to. Fox Football Fridays overtime is right around the corner at the bottom of the hour. Don't go anywhere. We're getting some feedback here. Let me see. You guys are rocking it, man.
Thanks.
We got some. I don't
hey,
know.
Jeff.
Yeah, big time.
Close them.
Oh. Still hear Jeff when we do that?
It's okay. We can get through it. We can get through it. The feedback. Don't worry about it. Nope. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. It's all feedback.
Lancaster Kimball. Okay. What's the quarterback for Kimball? Don't worry, it's okay.
I know the running back's Tyrion Gibson. That's all I know.
Okay.
Lake Travis Westwood is final. Lake Travis wins 28-24. 28-24, Lake Travis. Okay.
Lancaster Kimball, Bowie, Skyline. Who was the third one?
Lake Travis Westwood.
Okay, Lake Travis Westwood.
And then North Shore Cinco Ranch is 5.
Welcome to Fox Football Friday. It is the overtime, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart, and Angela Heyman with you here. We are in McAllen. Big game here between McAllen High and Nicky Rowe. Final score 40-21. McAllen wins. And an interesting game here, but a lot of highlights and a lot of stuff to get to here on the show overtime.
Let's start off right in the DFW area, Jeff, as we go to Dallas Kimball and Lancaster. Remember the same Lancaster team that knocked off John Tyler last week, the top overall team in 4A. They may have another great chance to knock off Dallas Kimball, another ranked team tonight.
Yeah, let's go. Dallas Kimball, of course, in those cool-looking, Saint-esque looking helmets with
those
that
little fleur-de-lis on.
And Lancaster goes on to win it 28-6 over Dallas Kimball. It is the final score. Here is the highlights from it, though, as the Tigers just on the move. They look fabulous so far this season.
Oh, man, just offensively and defensively very good, but defense has been what's special. They held John Tyler under 30. Kimball only got 6 on him.
There you go. Okay, Bowie and Skyline. Very interesting matchup. I think going into this game, we felt like, okay, maybe Arlington Bowie can kind of hang with them here. But, it's been amazing watching this game unfold.
Well, they've done a lot more than hang. They've actually pounded Skyline tonight. That's Devontae Kincaid, the quarterback for Skyline, looking back and firing. Intercepted by Arlington Bowie, going back the other direction. I think that might be Stephen Wesley. And Arlington Bowie is leading this one 38-16 late in the game, I believe, is the score. I tell you what, 38-16 Bowie over Skyline late in the game. Man, this would be a crushing loss for Skyline right now.
It's a huge upset. Hey, look at this one right here. Lake Travis taking on Westwood over in the Hill Country. This is at Reeves Athletic Complex. Baker Mayfield under center right there, looking downfield. Of course, Lake Travis, the defending 5-time champions, on the move here. That's Sean Nixon. Look at this. The ball stripped away, it looks like. And that's Westwood recovery. Anthony Wood does a nice job with the Warriors. He gets them fired up. We said this last week. If anyone can hang with Lake Travis, it might be Westwood. There's a field goal here. The Warriors kind of battling back and forth. We'll have more on that game in just a bit. But as you can see, Lake Travis wins it 28-24 over Westwood.
Let's swing down to San Antonio, where Cibolo Steele had Kerrville Tivy tonight, Jeff. A difference in styles. Steele with the power running game and defense. Tivy with the wide open offensive attack. But Steele would be your winner tonight. They did a good job pressuring Parks McNeil, the quarterback for Kerrville Tivy, making him work for everything. We are now joined by Cibolo Steele head coach Mike Jinks. Coach, 3-0 now in the season. You've beaten maybe 3 of the best teams in San Antonio. How impressive has this start been for your night so far?
It's been a good start for us. I'm proud of the kids. We got a long way to go. We got to continue to get better. As you well know, some big games left ahead of us.
Now, Coach, your running back, Justin Stockton, we knew he was special last year, but so far this may have been his best performances late of his entire career the past 3 weeks. Where does he rank amongst the running backs you've had out there with the Knights?
Well, they're all a little bit different. Malcolm Brown's a special person, special back. We all know what he was able to do. Justin's his own person. He's a little bit faster than Malcolm, a little bit more explosive. Before it's all said and done, he's going to be a pretty good one as well.
Now, Coach, one last quick question. Where does this team rank amongst the team that won a title in 2010 and played for one in 2011? Can you tell me that, or is it too early?
I can tell you that we're deep. We're deeper than any of those teams. We've had quite a bit of injuries this year, and we've had guys be able to step up and kind of not miss a beat. Will we be able to stay healthy, and will this team focus like the prior two teams did? That's yet to be answered.
Oh, Coach, I'm not worried about your team's focusing. Good luck the rest of the season, and great job tonight.
Hey, thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Mark. Take care.
All right, so the Fred Loya quote of the night, Mike Jinks right there with steal, and a big win for them tonight, no question.
Exactly. That's their third big win in a row, really, and they've really, I think, put some distance between them and the rest of the other San Antonio heavyweights. By far and away the best team in the River City right now.
Okay, so good stuff right there. And, kind of recapping a little bit about that Lake Travis game, I mean, that game went back and forth. They were actually trailing in that game, 24-21 in the closing minutes in the fourth quarter.
Not just trailing, but, I mean, they seemed dead to rights at one point. And Westwood really put the screws on them early, but Lake Travis showed what title teams are really all about. They came back and played that game tight in the fourth. They forced a Westwood punt, got the ball back, and scored late in the game. That put it away. But for Westwood, I mean, the players right now are crushed. I promise you, they're absolutely crushed.
They had it.
But what they are right now, in a couple days, they've got to look at that and say, you know what, that proved that we can play with what may be the best overall team in the state and one of the best in the country. They have to take that away from that game.
Okay. All right, good stuff. All right, Fox Football Friday will continue. We are here in McAllen. More on this game in just a moment when we return.
By your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. By Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club. In spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today. And by FredLoya.com.
Carroll beats Temple tonight 34-0 at Cowboy Stadium. A huge win for the Dragons, and it asserts them once again as one of the top teams in Class 5A. Temple comes home with a frustrating defeat, but you know that offense is going to be back. There's no way they're going to get shut out again next week. Yeah, that sounds perfect. Let's do that. Great job on Fred Loya, Jeff. Good read on that. I got a ton of them. Is it mine that's busting?
Hey, where's the read on Fox? Ford, I'm sorry. There it is. Hey, for whatever it's worth, I was kind of scrolling through the stuff on Lake Travis. There's a bunch of good plays on this second feed. Okay.
Tim Teckle?
Yep.
I've still got that feed. That's Friendswood. Who won? I'm talking right now. We're looking for the winner between Rosenberg Terry and Friendswood. Still got a lot of feedback coming in, but it's nothing we can't push through. We'll survive it tonight. That's what we're all. I'm trying to find it right now. I can hear and talk. Yeah, I'm good. Don't worry about me. Whoever's on the phone, ask him what the final was. That's okay. We'll get through it. Don't worry about it. Friendswood. So we're looking for Robert Koopman as the coach. That's who we want.
Yeah, that's who we have. Do we know the score?
I do not know the score. We'll just.
Okay. He'll tell us.
Okay, we're going to come back.
All right, welcome back to Fox Football Friday, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Be sure to join us each and every Saturday morning at 8:30 right here on Fox Sports Southwest as we highlight the Built Ford Tough Player of the Week winners. You can also watch our show online at playeroftheweek.com, powered by your Texas Ford dealers.
You know, my pregame pick was Javi Obregon. I don't get a vote or a nomination at the end of the night, but actually I may look to the other side of the ball. It may have been actually McAllen quarterback Fred Hover, just a sophomore.
Yeah, great game.
Who I think played pretty well. He had a nice little game as a sophomore. He had a big touchdown run right at the start of the second half, I think a 52-yarder that put them ahead by a couple scores. Then he made some great passing plays late to seal the game. As far as a sophomore, woo, he's got ice in his veins. He looked great.
Yeah, 5'9", 179 pounds, a sophomore, though, and just was very elusive out there on the field. All right, joining us now, let's check in real quick with another winner tonight, Friendswood head coach Robert Koopman. They had a big win over Terry. Coach, first of all, thanks for joining us, but 49-47, it was tight, huh?
Yeah, it was. It was. You know, we were kind of chasing the points most of the night. Either one or two touchdowns, and we finally got a turnover and got up on top of it. And they actually tried a two-point conversion with no time left, and they missed it for us to pull it out.
Well, Coach, while I've got you on the line, give me your opinion on that. Going for two at the end of the game in a game that in a non-district game, is that a good idea or a bad idea, or is it just kind of doesn't really matter?
Well, I don't know if it mattered. They had to there. We were up by two, so they really didn't have a choice.
Okay.
We'd gone for two earlier when we scored, so they had to go for two on that situation. So.
Tell me about your quarterback, Jordan Wood, this dual-threat kid. He's had a pretty decent start to the season. We know Friendswood has a great tradition of quarterbacks. Where does he rank in that legacy?
Well, you know, Jordan's a different kind of quarterback than we used to have. I mean, we've had drop-back passers, and in our heart, that's what we want to do. But Jordan is usually the best athlete on the field, and he was again tonight. And so his legs were awfully important for us. He's a talented kid. He's going to go play baseball at BYU and probably play football at BYU also. So he's a big, 6'3", 200-pound kid, and he's special with the ball in his hands.
Well, then convince him to keep playing football, Coach. Thanks for joining us tonight. Good luck the rest of the year.
You bet. Thank you.
Robert Koopman there. Friendswood wins over Terry 49-47. That's a high-scoring game.
Man, when you say that Jordan Wood's the best athlete on the field and you've got two super team kids on Terry's roster, that's saying something. Now, I know the kid's going to go chuck it for BYU, but still, that's pretty high praise coming from a coach like Robert Koopman. Now, the deal with Friendswood is, Jeff, they've obviously been a great offensive team over the past couple years, but now they have the coaching change. Koopman's the new guy on campus, already starting off very well for that promising Friendswood program.
Koopman is the man. There you go.
I'm sure he's
Friendswood
never
up
heard
on
that.
Terry. Yeah, 49-47 again, the final there. So a lot of highlights and a lot of scores. South Lake Carroll, very impressive in their game today, would you say? 34-0.
Well, they hammered Temple, I think, 34-0. And that really shows a lot of what South Lake Carroll is all about now. Because remember, they got shut out earlier in the year on Allen. Then they bounced back and hammered Midland. Now they come out and beat Temple pretty bad, too. I think the opening loss to Allen, while every bit of the credit goes to Allen, I think the opening loss was kind of a wake-up call for that Carroll team. You know it can be hard after a national or after a state title to come back and say, oh, we have the exact same hunger level as last year. Man, it's pretty hard to maintain that. You've already won, right?
Sure.
But I think that showed them, hey, we have to put in all the effort and all the work 24/7, just like we did last year, if we want to get back to that level again. Now, what Temple takes out of it, they have to go home and say, hey, that one hurt. But we can't let that affect how we play in district. We can't let that affect our run to the playoffs.
And, to go up to Cowboys Stadium and play up there, sometimes you're in awe.
Tough environment.
Yeah, so South Lake Carroll wins 34-0. How about the Wendy's keys for this game right here? We had a fabulous game. In fact, this was back and forth for at least 3 quarters with Rowe, of course, taking on McAllen. McAllen winning it 40-21, your final score. And what about those keys? I mean, Fred Hover kind of stood out, didn't he?
Well, actually, I think we can kind of flip the #1 Wendy's key to the game was who starts off fast. Well, actually, it's who finished fast, and that was McAllen. They blew him out in the second half. They really attacked very well in those final 2 quarters. And then defensive backs in high demand, didn't see a whole lot of them tonight. Rowe got an interception there in the second half, but other than that, it was a quiet night unless you were a McAllen defensive back. I thought they played pretty well. Pressure on the quarterback never really came into play, I didn't think, Jeff, or at least we didn't see it in our highlights. And then overall conditioning, Again, I don't think it was a factor. Neither team looked tired, I thought. Really, the biggest factor of the game, Jeff, was Fred Hover from McAllen was really good. The McAllen Bulldog defense just showed up and played a great ball game. Those were really the only keys that you needed tonight.
Yeah, big win for Tony Harris. Snaps that 3-game losing streak to row there. And, of course, he's been with them for 17 years now at McAllen. So a great win for McAllen. They win 40-21 again over Rowe.
All right, let's take a look at some others. Wendy's real score updates. A few other big ones, Jeff, that I saw coming down the pipe. I saw Refugio finish off Laga Vista tonight 28-12. So the Bobcats came up with a big win.
Okay, so Refugio, that's a team that we used to seeing them put like 60s and 70s on the board.
Well, Laga Vista's too good a defensive team to let them score 30 or 40 or whatever on it.
How about Abernathy over Sundown, 34-0. Wiley, the big win over Graham, 31-7. Of course, that's the DQ big game of the week. Check that out later on tonight at midnight on our high school scoreboard here on Fox Sports Southwest. Also, Alice over Kingsville, 32-26. And there's Allen again. They look sensational, 52-17.
Well, the 52 jumps out at you, but the 17 is more important. That's that fine defense from Allen. That front seven's really good. And if you think about some of the other title teams in 5A over the past couple years, they've all had really good defenses, especially in the trenches, because you got to slow people down to beat them. 5A, the teams are too gifted, the players are too skilled offensively to not be good defensively. But Allen certainly is.
I keep waiting for Allen to come down to earth. I mean, the new stadium, all the talk. They beat South Lake Carroll in the first game, 24-0, and they've just kept on rolling.
I tell you what, if you want them to come back to earth, you're going to have to trim about 3,000 kids out of that huge school to get them back to a standard 5A level.
Hey, we got some A&M consolidated highlights with Westlake coming up and much more. Some upsets to talk about. Fox Football Fridays overtime continues from here in McAllen in just a few minutes.
Okay. So we've got Abilene Cooper and Midland Lee coming in. Good.
What was the final on that one? Do we know?
I don't know. Let's do that that jumping high touchdown catch from Cole Yarto, that last one. Yep. Good man.
Last one. You need his number or anything? It's number 81, Cole Yarto.
Skyline's coming back.
You need his name, Cole Yarto, Y-A-R-T-O.
Yeah.
Senior, 6'2". Who's coming back?
Skyline's come back, 38-30, 3 minutes left. They just blocked a punt and returned it.
Nice.
Yes.
Yes, Cole Yarto, C-O-L-E, Cole Yarto, Y-A-R-T-O, senior.
It was a short one. I don't know the yardage.
Very short, maybe 5 yards.
Hey, Jeff, when we come back, can I give two major statewide updates real quick? Zach Austin, the wide receiver from Lake Travis, hurt his ACL. He may be done. And then Bowie's quarterback is out, and right now they are desperately trying to kill the clock with a wide receiver at quarterback. It's 38-30 Bowie. 38-30.
Don't forget about North Shore. Alrighty, Fox Football Friday. It's the overtime powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Jeff Power, Travis Stewart joining you. A lot to get to. Let's break it down.
Well, two big updates statewide right away. First of all, wide receiver Zach Austin, the wide receiver for Lake Travis, looks like he injured his ACL late in the game against Westwood. That could be serious, and if he's out, that's a serious blow for them. And secondly, Jeff, another injury. Remember, Arlington Bowie was leading Skyline by a considerable margin, but their sophomore quarterback was injured, had to come out of the game, and now they are desperately trying to kill the clock with a wide receiver at quarterback, but Skyline keeps charging back.
All right, we'll keep you up to date on that one as well. All right, so as you can see there, Arlington Bowie trying to hang on. Here is Sinton at Rio Hondo. An interesting matchup here as we take you down to South Texas.
Well, Sinton there in the maroon and white. They've been one of the best offensive teams on the Coastal Bend for some time, but Rio Hondo feeling strong defensively right there and then looking for the tough run, yardage up the middle. They punch it in for an early touchdown. But you knew Sinton, with Tom Allen at coach and so many skilled kids at the wide receiver spots in offense, you knew they were going to come back, and they did. 48-27, your winner, Sinton over Rio Hondo.
Hey, big game between Abilene Cooper and Midland Lee, and I tell you what, I'm buying into some Cooper right now. I think Cooper's one of the top teams. They're coming off that big win over Cedar Park, and here they are in action in the red and blue.
You absolutely should. Lorenzo Joe at quarterback for Abilene Cooper. It's his first season at quarterback. He was a wide receiver last year, an all-state caliber one. Their offense is still finding their way with him under center now, but they are pretty good, and they're very explosive. That's running back Kerry Sims turning the corner. They fall to Midland Lee tonight. I did not know that score until now, if you couldn't tell by the surprise of my voice. Midland Lee, a stunning winner, 28-20 over Abilene Cooper. I don't even know what to tell you.
Yeah, that's a big upset. Congratulations to Midland Lee. All right, Giddings over Belleville, 21-14. Giddings is for real, folks. If you haven't had a chance to hear about this team, they have been playing fantastic. Chris Jones joining us now. Coach, give me your thoughts. I mean, you guys beat Wimberley. Now you beat Belleville. You're looking pretty good this year.
Yes, we're very, very fortunate to be as successful as we are. Our kids are doing a fantastic job, and just can't say enough about them. Our team chemistry is really good, and just excited about our start. We have a Liberty Hill, Wimberley, Belleville 3-week schedule to open the season, and those games could go either way. It was just a hard-fought battle to the end, and it's been all the way to the last play of the game in 3 games in a row. It's just a crazy deal.
Well, Coach, you need to sit down and take a nap then. That's a little bit too much stress for one man's heart to handle. But I know you're actually still fairly new as the head coach at Giddings. What has that community been like for you? What has it been like all of a sudden just being a part of one of the most traditional 3A powers out there in Texas high school football?
Yes, it's been the family's really enjoyed it there, and we're very fortunate to be there and blessed. Of course, Giddings has excellent past history, like you said, and we're starting our second year, and we really committed to trying to throw the ball and open up some things going into last offseason after a first-round playoff loss, actually to Belleville in 2011. And, it was a grudge match again, and it was a tight game last year when they beat us by 10, and we came out with the victory by 7 points tonight. But it was one of those deals. Of course, a lot of rain in southeast Texas, and it rained for a couple hours before the game started, and it was just one of those deals where the field was pretty sloppy, but it's part of the deal, and you got to play in those kind of games.
All right, Coach, sloppy games. I know you like to run the ball. That should work well for you. We'll let you get to that nap I just assigned you to. Go settle down for a little while.
Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you. Thanks for calling.
All right, so Chris Jones, very excited about that victory there for Giddings over Belleville. They win by 7, and he said they beat now Liberty Hill, Wimberley, and Belleville. That's impressive teams to beat.
Yeah, I know. I'm telling you, man, he's got to have 10 shoulders right now against those 3 teams so talented. But they like to run the ball out there. They got a very good back named Joseph Glenn. A lot of promise for Giddings and heading into the future.
Okay, Fox Football Friday continues. More highlights when we return. Stick around.
I almost had it.
All right.
Do you want some final scores? We'll do some big scoreboards. Oh, we have to do Academy Play of the Night still. And then, do you want me to give you some, or y'all good? Highland Park 35, Sherman 21. That's a final.
21?
Yes. Smithson Valley 51. El Paso Montwood 29. It's a final. Excuse me. Where did that come from? Arlington Martin 24. South Grand Prairie 21. That's triple overtime, folks. That's final. How about San Antonio Madison 51. New Braunfels 21. That is final.
51 what?
21. Man, I need to find some updates on this Skyline Bowie stuff. I do not want to finish until we get that game. Come on now.
Do we want to do any more highlights? North Shore maybe, or Lake Travis, or even A&M Consolidated, Westlake?
Okay, I can give an update on Skyline. Skyline intercepted the ball, 3:19 left to play, still trailing by 8. Man, Bowie losing that quarterback, that is killer. That just hurts you.
Alrighty, Fox Football Friday. It's overtime, powered by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine. Let's get right to it.
The most thrilling affair of the night is still Skyline and Bowie. Skyline was trailing 38-30. Bowie on a backup quarterback because their starter was injured. Skyline just intercepted the ball, returned it, then they started driving and scored a touchdown. It's 38-36 with about 2 minutes left. 2-point conversion pending for Skyline.
So Skyline's trailing by 2 right now,
Correct.
38-36. Okay, let's get to a play of the game.
Academy play of the game right here behind us, I think, and that was McAllen's big, tall wide receiver, Cole Yarto, going up, 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 and away. Big touchdown catch for Yarto. A wonderful effort. Think of no better play to be the Academy Right Stuff play of the night. Good catch, kid. And that also kind of put the nail in the coffin for Rowe and gave McAllen a much-needed first opening district win.
Yes, Cole Yarto, the senior, 6'2", using every bit of it right there.
Okay. I think he's 6'3".
Got the feet down, too. Well, he was on that play. All right, so some more scores to get to right now as North Shore, again, big winner, 62-21. They won over Cinco Ranch. Argyle over Paris, 41-8. Beeville over Cuero, 35-20. Belton, they're good. They're over Bryan, 42-16. How about Bridgeport over Iowa Park, 42-21?
All impressive. I love the Argyle over Paris, 41-8. That's the Argyle team that lost to Abilene Wiley in the opener that we were at for Fox Football Friday. Since then, they've been lights out. They look really good up there in 3A.
Bounce back big time. Of course, other games to report. Flower Bluff upsets Cal Allen, 19-16. Garland Lakeview over North Mesquite, 28-24. Gregory Portland over Carroll, 35-21. And Highland Park defeats Sherman, 35-21.
The Scots charging back into the forefront of the DFW area after a rough start. They do knock off high-powered Sherman tonight. I have to say, I'm a little surprised by that.
Other games we can report, Arlington Martin over South Grand Prairie. Look at that, 3 overtimes to decide it. 24-21, Martin wins. Madison over New Braunfels, 51-21. Smithson Valley over El Paso Montwood, 57-29. And Round Rock McNeil gets a victory over Del Valle, 25-21, first of the season.
Speaking of McNeil, who won, that's been a struggle for them to get wins as of late. We can also talk about, I believe, Galveston Ball won tonight, which I think snapped a 20-game losing streak for the Golden Tour. So congratulations, Ball. You guys are off the schneid.
Golden Tornadoes. You got to like that name. All right, so a lot of interesting matchups throughout the night. We're going to try to get you another update here if we can on that Skyline game, because that game has just been going back and forth here, especially in the last few minutes. A&M Consolidated did defeat Westlake 35-17, that game being played in College Station. So A&M Consolidated with a big victory over Westlake. That's 2 straight losses now for the Shaps.
Okay, Skyline's 2-point conversion was no good. It is 38-36 now. They are trailing by 2.
How much time? I put you on the spot.
I need my reading glasses. 2 minutes left to go. By the way, while we're on scores, Longview hammering Marshall right now, 41-0. It's only in the third quarter because of the rain delays.
They started late. Yeah, they started about 9 o'clock, I think. So, again, also North Shore over Cinco Ranch, 62-21. So, and Lake Travis, in case you didn't hear it, they did pull it out over Westwood, 28-24. Stick around all night long. 2 more hours of high school highlights here on Fox Sports Southwest and Fox Sports Houston.
Where are we going to be next week, baby? Tell me.
We're going to be in Lufkin next week. Longview, Lufkin. It's going to be fun.
East Texas. I love it.
We do love East Texas. We'll be there next week. Thanks for everyone a part of this one. We're in McAllen again. The final score here. McAllen defeats Rowe. We'll catch you next week. Thanks, folks.
Football Friday Overtime is presented by your Texas Ford dealers. It's the Built Ford Tough Truck event at your Texas Ford dealer. Enjoy huge savings on America's best-selling truck for 35 years running. Ford is the best in Texas. By Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. By Wendy's. Be bold with Wendy's Asiago Ranch Chicken Club. In spicy, home style, or grilled. Try one today. And by FredLoya.com.